from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broad
Hi, can I apologise for just the late starting of this meeting, but can I welcome members, officers and the public here in the gallery and watching on the webcast to today's London Assembly meeting. The London Assembly is the voice of London and investigates matters of importance to Londoners, and to that end, the Assembly is composed of 25 Assembly members elected at the same time as the Mayor to hold him to account and scrutinise his policies and to discuss matters of importance to Londoners. This is a plenary meeting of the Assembly. That means that all members are invited to attend. Members are also reminded that any electronic devices should not be placed in front of the microphones, which must be turned on to speak and turned off once finished. Can I now ask the clerk to confirm any apologies for absence?
Thank you, Chair. We have apologies for absence today from Assembly Member Lord Bailey and Assembly Member Plansky, and we have apologies for lateness from Assembly Member Moema.
Can I, under announcements, provide a very short update of some recent Assembly activities since we last met for Mayor's Question Time in November? The Fire Committee held a site visit to look at the risks of firefighters' exposure to contaminants and its impact on their health and well-being. The Health Committee investigated the variations of social housing allocation policies across local authorities. The Health Committee continued to investigate how and on what scale Londoners are accessing weight loss medication. The Budget and Performance Committee wrote to the Mayor regarding the GLA Mayor's budget submission and published its report on how the Mayor, TfL and Government can save money on major infrastructure projects. The Environment Committee wrote to the Secretary of State for Transport outlining its concerns with the proposed Heathrow expansion, and the Planning and Regeneration Committee published its report into London's energy infrastructure. The Police and Crime Committee held a meeting looking at the violence against women and girls on public transport. And the Environment Committee met with experts to investigate the challenges and opportunities of the heat networks in London. Finally, the London Assembly and the Centre for Governance and Scrutiny held a conference on the future of mayoral scrutiny at City Hall. On behalf of the Assembly, I would like, on behalf of the Assembly, I would like to pay tribute to a former Assembly member, Peter Whittle, who represented the Brexit Alliance Group as a London-wide Assembly member for 5 years, from May 2016 to March 2021, and who has sadly passed away in November. I wrote to Peter a few weeks ago when he announced his cancer diagnosis. I know that the Assembly thoughts are with his husband and his family. I'm now going to invite group leaders to say a few words in tribute to Peter. Can I take Assembly Member Russell first?
Thank you, Chair. I was very saddened to hear the news about Peter and want to express my sympathies to his husband, his friends and his family, and especially his sister Lynn, who also worked at the GLA and the Brexit Alliance Group office. And I think, many of us saw her around the tea point at the old City Hall, and she was, very much part of, our GLA family. Peter and I both came in as new Assembly members in 2016. We were colleagues, although rather strange ones, given our often very diametrically opposed views on the Assembly's EU exit working group. We both worked through the COVID-19 pandemic, and I actually enjoyed seeing glimpses through the keyhole of our Zoom and Teams calls of Peter's art on his walls. He was a great sort of art collector and was also a champion of the arts. Peter was obviously very active on the Assembly. It was very clear from his questioning that he was engaged with his constituents and really wanted to bring their voices into questions that he asked of the Mayor. So I know his loss will be felt more widely than just in this chamber today.
Assembly Member Bakari.
I just wanted to say a few words on behalf of the Liberal Democrat group. I did have a chat with Caroline Pidgeon because she obviously knew him really well. And I have to echo a lot of what Assembly Member Russell was saying. His love of arts and theatre was very evident in the work that he did. And also during the pandemic, it was a time where cross-party working was so crucial. Despite the fact that there were differences between the Liberal Democrats and his position, it was a time where people did really work together, and that was something that she really highlighted. There was one area of work that we did agree on, and that was proportional representation. So that was something that, you know, again, there's always something, isn't there, that we can always agree on, even in difficult political times. But yes, she did mention the artwork as well. I think that's something that everyone here who knew him well will remember and maybe even giggle about as well. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Assembly Member Hall.
I know exactly what you're talking about, and I won't leave it there. I will mention it. But to start with, I will say he was an absolute gentleman, and of course I did agree with his politics. We talked about Brexit on many occasions. We talk about the artwork. Some of you will remember that during the pandemic we were all on Teams. And so the joy is you could see everybody's faces. Also, if you're very nosy like me, you can see into their homes. And Peter had such a lovely home. And one day, one of our colleagues was commenting on his artwork in his office. And Len's smiling, perhaps you remember this. And he moved aside slightly, and there was a picture of a nude. And somebody dared to say, "There's a nude on your wall." And he said, "Yes, it's me." And the joy was, I watched everybody's faces, and some were far more horrified. And Peter and I laughed about that for many a time over specific faces that were mortified at him on his own wall with no clothes on. But he was an absolute gentleman. He will be missed by very many people. A lovely man. Thank you.
Assembly Member Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. Like many others, I was devastated to hear of Peter's recent passing, and I extend my heartfelt sympathies to his husband, his family and his friends. And until last year, it's probably fair to say he was someone that I knew of rather than knew directly, as I had not been actively involved in either UKIP specifically or London-wide politics more generally during his time as an Assembly member. But I followed his work from afar, particularly through social media, and I can definitely say I was a fan. He always came across as passionate, principled and articulate, but even more important than that, a man of true integrity. Our actual friendship began last year when, after the Assembly election, he reached out to me because he wanted to make sure I was fully prepared for what I'd let myself in for. He gave me some very useful tips about how the Assembly operates, what issues I would face, and most importantly and interestingly, some of the personalities involved, all of which must remain between him and me, but I can imagine some of you can probably guess. I was then only too happy to take part and support some New Culture Forum events, including what became an even more interesting discussion than planned, as barely 24 hours earlier, Rishi Sunak had taken everyone by surprise and ventured into the pouring rain to call last year's general election. Sadly, our friendship was all too brief, brutally cut short by his illness and passing, but Peter's influence will live on. And perhaps I can finish by reading some words from a tribute from a mutual friend of both of ours, Gawain Toler, who in his piece recently wrote, "Yet for all his ire at the modern world, and I know sometimes he felt like the classic Simpsons old man shaking fist at the sky, Peter remained optimistic, a believer in the British spirit's resilience. He wasn't a demagogue, he was a thinker, a commentator who preferred reasoned argument to rabble-rousing. That's why the thinking man's gammon suited him. Salty, unapologetic, but with layers of intellect beneath the surface. In his final years, as the NCF grew, he inspired legions, podcasters, writers, everyday folk who found the community in his forums and all the local groups. His passing leaves a void, but the forum endures as a testament to his vision." Thank you.
And on behalf, if I can still stay in the chair, but speak on behalf of the Labour group, Peter was a true gent. We shared quite a lot of issues, including the locality where we lived. Peter lived in the posh parts on the slopes of Shooters Hill when I was a young boy, and I lived down the road on a council estate. But we shared memories of our locality and how it changed. And he later moved to the Royal Arsenal development, and we shared a love of the buildings and our heritage of the area. More importantly, the thing about this place, and I think in the conversations that you have with Peter, is about some of the issues of how you can learn more from each other, even though that you might have political differences. And Peter was quite shocked when he was raising issues to do with the Cold War and the NATO alliance, that I could hold my own with this conversation and point out to him some of the issues of characters that were part of building that strong alliance post-1945 and some of the thinking in terms from a European perspective. He shared one of his reports with me, which I critiqued and said, you're missing a part here and you're missing a part there. And how comes you're not mentioning one of the Labour heroes of around the building of NATO, of Ernie Bevin? And he said, Len, it's not what my audience wants to hear. He's a great character and certainly contributed to this Assembly. I'm remembering we're in our 25th years and he made a good contribution while he was with us. He will be missed, as I think we heard from Assembly Member Wilson about some of those influences even on people that he didn't directly know but reached out to. Thank you very much for that. Apologies to our guests just to keep you waiting, but it was quite an important moment for us here in the Assembly to recognise. Let's move on quickly to the formal agenda. Declarations of interest. Can I ask the Assembly to note the recommendations set out in item 2? And can I ask Assembly members to declare any disclosable pecuniary interest or other relevant interest where they relate to items on the agenda for today's meeting? Thank you very much. We're now moving on to section 3, question and answer session, housing and planning. Joining us in the chamber today, we're very fortunate to have Deputy Mayor George Pipe, CBE, for planning and regeneration and the fire service responsibilities. Tom Copley, Deputy Mayor for Housing and Residential Development. They're joined by their respective officers. Tim Steer, Executive Director for Housing and Land at the Greater London Authority, and Lucinda Turner, Assistant Director Planning and Regeneration in London, Greater London Authority. Welcome to the meeting. There's going to be a lead-off question from myself, which I'm going to ask directly to the Deputy Mayors. If I can bring... Tom, you may want to begin in terms of the answers. So, just to be clear with Assembly members, can you specify when you're directing your question of where you want your answer to come from? And guests, we'd be grateful if there are succinct answers, please, so that we can get through all our questions that we have of you. So the lead-off question for today is, what's the most significant housing and planning challenges facing London, and how are they being addressed by the Mayor?
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Assembly members. And can I say, first of all, Chair, how delighted I am that the former GLC Chairman's badge that you wear now carries the official coat of arms of the GLA. Moving on to your question, I believe that we have a record to be proud of. Before the pandemic, London was completing more homes than at any time since the 1930s. When Sadiq Khan became mayor, there were just 3 social rented homes in the pipeline. By the mayor's second term, more than 15,000 homes at social rent levels had started on site. But the truth is that London and the whole of the UK is now experiencing a perfect storm of challenges, from changing economic conditions and the disastrous legacy of the last government. These are having a huge impact on housing development, which all of us have seen and which we can see in the figures. Some are felt across the country. High construction costs, disinterest and low investment from the previous government, and high interest rates because of the mini-budget, albeit lower, slightly lower now. Others are more unique to London in form or magnitude. The impact of the building safety regulator, given that 96% of all new builds in London are flats, and reliance on brownfield land and the need for higher densities. But the Mayor has recognised and gripped this challenging context. He's taken tough decisions, from the new emergency housing package through to actively exploring building on the green belt. He is not standing by and watching the pipeline of affordable homes dry up. He is giving house building in London a much-needed shot in the arm, backed with billions from central government and crucial new investment in the DLR to Thamesmead, something I know that you will be delighted by as constituency member chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Pipe.
Thank you, Chair. Clearly, the biggest issue that we're facing is one of viability, and I won't labour that too much now because I think that's an issue that we're going to keep coming back to throughout today's session and exploring what the reasons for that are. But that's the number one headline issue about the viability of developments and their ability to come forward, and how much that has changed from when the initial London plan was being drawn up, and actually before that, the affordable housing guidance. So the distance we've travelled in economic viability from 2017 to where we are now, it's a completely different world. So I think we'll be coming back to that throughout today's session. I think stepping back and thinking strategically, the big issue facing the GLA planning team is obviously how we go forward in that economic context, drawing up the next London plan. Obviously, the primary aim of that plan is to bring forward housing and housing at volume, but also to bring housing that's forward that's of good quality. And also, the second priority of the next London plan will be about boosting economic growth in a way that aligns with the London growth plan. And all of that whilst targeting the figure of 88,000 homes per year, because that's the target figure that we've, growth figure for homes that we've been given by the government. So bringing forward that strategic plan against the current economic context, plus the practical difficulties that we face. Tom's mentioned the building safety regulator and issues about resourcing within local authorities to be able to progress those applications, and particularly the increase in applications that we'll be targeting. That's a difficult context to deliver in, and so that's what I would summarise as the barriers that we're facing.
Thank you for that. I'm now going to lead off with the first of the Assembly Member questions, starting with Assembly Member Boff.
Mr. Copley, what checks do you do when you fund a scheme to make sure that it is completed and suitable for occupation?
Sorry, what checks do we do when the scheme is completed?
Yes.
So every year, 10% of each partner's schemes are audited. To make sure that, and that's an independent audit that takes place to make sure that there are no discrepancies. And perhaps Tim can say a little bit more about that process.
Yeah, I mean, I think I was just going to start by saying that, you know, the first thing is that partners come to us to certify milestones in the Affordable Homes programme, going through from starts to completion, and so partners will come to us when their homes reach practical completion. And the key checks, I think, are really done by the building safety regime and ensuring that the homes which are going to be lived in have passed through Gateway 3 of that. And that's one of the key things which partners have to certify has happened before the final grant tranche payment is paid out by us, and then people can move in.
Will you publish a list of completed schemes that have received GLA funding through the Affordable Housing Programme?
Well, I think we'll have to look at how we could best do that. We've completed, I think, 80,000 homes under the 16 to 23 programme, for example. We'll come back and see the best way of kind of publishing that information, I'm sure.
And to Mr. Copley, do you think it's acceptable that number 12 Thames Road, a development of 156 affordable homes, which received £11.5 million of affordable housing grant, is sitting unoccupied 2.5 years after being topped out?
Well, I can't comment on the specific site, Mr. Voff, because I'm not aware of the specific scheme. There may be particular issues why the site has not been occupied. It may be that safety issues were discovered. It may have been that there are issues connecting to utilities, but it's very difficult for me to answer questions about a specific scheme. Perhaps if you'd sent it to me in advance, I could have looked into it for you. But perhaps we could look into it in advance, post this meeting, and provide you with a written update.
Well, that would be useful, and perhaps in your letter to them, you could point out that £11.5 million of affordable housing grant has been given to them, that the electricity supply is dangerous, that the sprinkler system is inadequate, and that it cost in total about £85 million. And they now have to ask for another £3 million in order to fix this building. The publicity said that they would build a landmark. What they've actually built is a death trap. Is that acceptable?
So, just to be clear, Mr. Boff, the GLA is not responsible for building safety, as Mr. Steer has set out. That is the responsibility of other regulators.
But what responsibility do you have for ensuring that those affordable housing grants are going into buildings that are actually going to be safe? It sounds like you're doing your checks after you've spent the money rather than beforehand.
Well, we can't check a building for safety before it's built, Mr. Boff.
You can check the standard that is of building that has been proposed.
What you seem to be saying is that we should know at start on site whether a completed building will ultimately pass
on site whether or not the electrical system is going to be a safe one, whether or not the sprinkler system is compliant. That's the kind of thing that you should know if you're going to be spending taxpayers' money on supporting these schemes.
No. I think you're completely misrepresenting the role of the Greater London Authority here. That is the responsibility of building control.
Oh, but you seem to take responsibility when you do build something.
I take responsibility for what the Greater London Authority is responsible for.
You stand on a mountaintop and proclaim to the world that the mayor has delivered such and such homes, but now you're saying it's not your responsibility at all. It's somebody else's.
No, I'm sorry. I'm not going to accept this. The Greater London Authority is not the authority responsible for building control. I'm very happy to take responsibility for the things that we are responsible for. In the GLA and in housing and land, but we are not the body that is responsible for building control. But please do send details of the building to us so that we can investigate.
I don't need to. The cabinet meeting, Barking and Dagenham cabinet meeting, took place in November, and all the data is now in the public domain. But it is absolutely shocking that taxpayers' money is effectively being wasted on schemes that would never be viable. Never be viable. I'll leave it there.
Assembly Member Garbutt.
Just to say, Mr. Boff, we wouldn't have paid a completion grant without the relevant gateway being completed.
Well, 85 million quid is what it cost, is what that development cost, and they must have got a promissory note from somewhere, otherwise they wouldn't have been able to put a spade in the ground.
Can I move on? OK, Assembly Member Garbutt.
Thank you. Morning. I want to start by speaking about the emergency housing measures that you've put in place. So far I've seen or heard of no proper modelling of how many social homes that the emergency measures are going to deliver, despite this being the Mayor's stated priority. And what I have heard is that there are going to be major concessions to private developers, a lowering of the affordable threshold and public subsidies for private developers. And for someone on a council waiting list, it feels like the only reassurance is that it's profits for developers and an acceleration of the sell-off of the city. And you set out the context, Deputy Mayor Copley, in your intro, but I am interested in what other measures were considered as you saw the context as it was happening.
Well, let me provide the context. The context for this emergency package was that in the first 3 quarters of this year, only 3,200 private homes were started in London on schemes of over 20 units. In fact, in Q1 of this year, in 2/3 of boroughs, there were no starts whatsoever. So that is the context for the package. And the package is essentially made up of 4 things. There was...
I'm interested in what you considered as an alternative to those things, or before you got to those things. Like when you're looking at that context and seeing how...
Let me be absolutely clear. This is not a place any of us wanted to arrive at. I don't think any of us on this panel, certainly Jules and myself, wanted to be in a position where we had to lower affordable housing requirements. But Jules has set out very, very clearly in his opening remarks that the world we are in today is completely different from the world that we were in 2017 when the 35% threshold was created. And, it's all very well saying we should just stick to that. We should stick to 35%. We should just wait it out. The Mayor and Jules and I were not willing to do that because to be clear, 20% of something is better than 35% of nothing. And you talked about modelling. Let's be clear about the package. It was a new 20% emergency, and I stress this, temporary emergency threshold, combined with 50% mandatory SIL relief if schemes reach that 20%, combined with some design flexibilities, plus £322 million in initial funding for City Hall developer.
I think what we all recognise is the context and that something needed to happen, but what I want to challenge is why we're sticking to the model that isn't delivering for us and that created the housing crisis that we're in. So I think going on to viability, so Londoners are watching concessions while big developers keep saying that things are no longer viable. But what we know is that built into their viability is 20% profits, which we never talk about and are never considered. I do feel like this is, these are developers that got £18 million off this housing crisis. And, for example, Berkeley Homes, who mainly deliver in London, got £500 million after tax in 2024. And this isn't what we're talking about. You spoke about tough choices and decisions that the Mayor has taken, but these are never tough choices for people making over 500 million profits rather than the people that are on council waiting lists. So I get the context, but what I'm challenging is why our affordable threshold had to take the hit and not the developer profits.
Assembly Member Pike.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
I think what
Deputy Mayor Pike.
Apologies. Assembly Member's point. It goes to the absolute heart of what this issue is. And I know that, obviously, time is limited. It would be worthy of a 2-hour discussion just on its own, this question. There are obviously other things that could be done. But I, Tom, the government, don't have the levers to change them. Bring down interest rates for developers so that they can borrow more easily. At the moment, they go abroad for money.
Providing much more grants.
Chair, does the Assembly member want the answer, the question to me was and the panel was what other things could be considered? And there are interest rates for developers, interest rates for borrowers seeking mortgages, the cost of materials. I was with a room full of developers yesterday. One specifically said the plant in Zaporizhia, the steel plant, was where we used to get our steel from, and that was one of the main house builders in London. There are any number of factors that have come into play over the last 5 or 6 years, and the GLA and largely the government have no levers in which to move them. So we are where we are with what we have.
I do think you do have more levers. Like, there could have been more funding from the government for grants. You could have brought down... you could have considered bringing in rent control so that people can afford to buy more homes. We know that people aren't buying homes. It's been stated in committee recently that people aren't buying homes. And, the Mayor set out to deliver 50% affordable housing. The 35% was meant to be the beginning. It was meant to be the first step. And this is a problem that predates the recent context. So I just feel like we've given up too early, and there's more things that could have happened before we, bowed to the developers.
So you think simply that that the entirety of all these homes could be funded just by the public purse. At the moment, the government has increased the funding pot, but as we've seen in previous years, it only goes so far. Even now that it's been raised to somewhat £220,000 per home on average, that still does not, on its own, buy an affordable home. There needs to be Assemblyman, there needs to be cross-subsidy. That's the way the model works. That's the way. I'm not saying the model is great. I'm not saying the model isn't broken.
We've got councils delivering great housing projects on council land. Do you know what I mean? It is sticking to this cross-subsidy model that's got us into the mess that we're in with, like soaring private rents, people not being able to buy private homes, loads of people on temporary accommodation waiting list and housing waiting list. And I just feel like we're breathing life into a broken system rather than considering other options.
Garbutt, perhaps if you'd let one of us talk for more than a few seconds. Across the country, 50% of all affordable housing across the country comes through Section 106, which is built by private developers. If private developers are not able to build in London, we are not going to get the affordable housing that you say that you want for the people who are living in temporary accommodation, for the people who desperately need a social rented home. And as I say, it would be really, really easy for Jules, myself and the Mayor to have just gone, you know what? We're just going to wait it out. We're just going to wait and see if things get better. Because that would actually have probably been the politically easy thing to do. But the politically difficult thing to do was to go ahead, create this emergency package. And by the way, it is a temporary measure. And through the fact that it is a temporary measure, the idea is that we get as much new development and therefore as much new affordable housing in a brief period of time, while we get the market going.
I am aware of time, but just on that point that you've just made, so are you making a commitment to do more within this interim period so that this isn't the next commitment within the London plan, that this threshold doesn't continue in the next London plan?
Well, it's important to remember that this hasn't replaced the 35% fast-track route. The 35% is there still there, and there are still developers that we're working with who are actively sticking to that 35% because of the timing works for them and the short-term measures that don't, because, for example, if they've got much bigger multi-phased schemes. And the thing is that you effectively what you were saying is, well, really more public money should be going into this. Yeah. Well, that's effectively what that a lot of the measures are, because the SIL relief and the increase in affordable housing and the invitation to developers to come in to have discussions about maintaining levels of affordable housing all add up to exactly what you're saying. Because what the temporary measures are not, it's not come and just do schemes at 20%. End of.
Yeah. Well, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens.
For a conversation.
I'm going to have to go back to the chair.
And as I say, there are other measures within the temporary package that take it above 20%.
Yeah. Thank you. Back to you, Chair.
Assembly Member Bakari.
Thank you. I'm going to ask my first question to Assembly Member. Not Assembly Member, Deputy Mayor Copley. There is a couple of questions I asked the Mayor a couple of weeks ago about his targets for accessible housing that were not met, and that he said he didn't even recognise the figures that I was talking about, even though this was coming from the GLA's own data. And if he doesn't know the targets for accessible housing and the needs for disabled Londoners, this is very, very serious. So I'm going to just remind you and the panel, it's 90% of new affordable homes are meant to be meeting the basic standard of accessibility, and in the last available year of data, less than half did. 10% of new homes are meant to be meeting wheelchair accessibility, only 6% did. Now, this is totally insufferable for the disabled community in London. What concrete steps are you going to make sure that these targets are really met? And the Mayor of London did mention enforcement, but how are we going to make sure that that actually does happen?
Well, first of all, thank you for the question, Assembly Member Bakari, and thank you and thank you to the Assembly for the work you are doing in this area. So, as I understand it, there are there are data issues with the Planning Data Hub, which mean that we are not capturing the full extent of accessible data. I mean, I understand the Assembly members' scepticism, but that is the case, and I understand that work is underway.
It's not the reality
to try and
is it, though?
correct that. In terms
the reality of a lived experience of somebody who's disabled, they will tell you how challenging it is to get accessible housing. It's almost impossible now. So what are we going to do to fix that problem?
Well, I mean, as I say, I do think the issue is a data collection issue. We've got strong targets.
Let's move to how we're going to fix the problem.
We've got strong targets in the London Plan, as you say, at 90% and 10%. So I do think that what the figures that are out there are not presenting the full picture.
You haven't told me what you're going to do to fix the issues about making sure that we are really making accessible housing a priority for the Mayor.
Well, I don't accept the premise of the question. I think it's already a priority.
That's just not on.
I think it's already
you're
a priority
not actually
for the
answering
Mayor,
the question. What are you going to do to make sure that we are tackling the need for accessible housing? You actually haven't answered the question. You're talking about the data and not agreeing with the data. What are we going to do to fix the crisis with disabled Londoners?
I mean, as I say, I do think it is a priority for the Mayor. I do accept that disabled Londoners face, many, many challenges. And I'm very happy to work with the Assembly member and meet with the Assembly member to discuss how we can work together in order to make the situation better.
OK, so one of the things that we could be doing, and perhaps Assembly member Pipe, you can help me with this, is making sure that we're looking at a co-production approach to housing policy. There should be a commitment, a genuine commitment for co-production with the DTPOs as you review the London Plan, involving them at every stage as opposed to just a consultation when the plan is complete. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, well, we don't consult once the plan's complete. I mean, obviously there's the formal consultation, but that's not the part where policy is formed. Obviously, there's been a lot of work already, a lot of work with towards the new London Plan document, and there have been subsequent forums that the former head of the London Plan conducted. Now, the current, as you know, the current benchmarks, the expectation is 90% of homes are wheelchair of disability adaptable. 10% wheelchair fully accessible, wheelchair user accessible. There are two parts, effectively, to your point. One is the overarching aim, and that will be done through the London Plan. And I look forward to your input to that, to whether those figures are insufficient, the 90 and the 10%. The other issue that Tom was rightly referring to, which was the point you started, that they're woefully low compared to the current targets, that is a data issue, and that has come about through the move to automatic reporting, and this one still having to be done.
I'm getting slightly frustrated here. I'd like to know the answer to the question. Will you commit to co-production when you review the London Plan?
Well, as much as there is on all the other policies about the engagement that there has been today. I haven't got all that at my fingertips, but there has been a great deal of engagement with disabled groups.
Yeah, I mean, I'm seeing a lot of frustration from my perspective, from charities like Inclusion London. There's a lot of words, there's very little action. We really need to see some real push from yourselves and the Mayor of London to make sure that we're seeing a push for better accessibility when it comes to housing. I'm going to move on. And it's just such a shame because actually I did have a chat with you, both of you, about a disability champion, and both of you agreed that it was a good idea at the time. It just seems such a shame that we're shifting away from this co-production approach that I know that you privately probably do think that we should be doing. Moving on.
the cladding scandal, the fire safety failures, buildings that you're very well aware of. Both deputy mayors, if you can help me with this. This is an issue for East Village that's still going on. £432 million safety bill that is still unresolved, where liability remains. What are your commitments to ensure that leaseholders are not fitting the bill for the fire safety remediation, that building owners, developers, freeholders are directly and fully liable, and that no residents are feeling trapped and unsafe in these unsellable homes?
So can I just assure the Assembly member that this is something that is very much on the radar of the Partnership Board that I co-chair with the Minister for Building Safety. And once again, I'm very happy to meet with her to discuss the issues in relation to East Village. I've visited East Village. Yeah. You know, I very much understand the concerns and the frustrations of the residents there. It's not acceptable.
They can't move on.
It's not acceptable. Absolutely. I completely agree with the Assembly member.
Great.
So I'd be very happy to meet with you to discuss East Village.
Let's talk about that separately. I think this is something that is an ongoing issue, and we do need to solve this. There are too many people.
But as I say, it's very much something that's on the radar of the Remediation Partnership Board.
Okay, thank you very much.
Right, Assembly members, look, we can keep interrupting the guests, and if I can't control, well, I can never control the guests in some ways about how they answer their question, but you've got to give them a chance to respond, not speak over them, and not keep interrupting. So, Assembly Member Wilson. Assembly Member Wilson.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, panel. My question will be to you, Jules, if that's okay. I think as most members probably know, I'm broadly pro-good development, with caveats, of course, but broadly sympathetic, and I acknowledge the scale of the crisis that we're facing. When I was born in the 80s, then the average house price was about 3 times the average salary. It's now, about 9 times? So clearly, affordability is a major issue, and it's holding back young people in particular. And in London, obviously, the scale of the problem is worse than anywhere. We've had years of chronic undersupply, under-delivery from governments, mayors, and councils of all political parties, and of course the impact of uncontrolled mass migration as well. So that's the context, and I get it. I get where you're coming from, and that's kind of where I'm coming from too. I regret though that sometimes this debate does get rather over-emotional and slightly disingenuous, and some people have chosen to weaponise some of the previous things that I've said and voted on, which is regretful. Not surprising, that's politics, I guess, but it's regretful. And when it comes in particular to the issue of the potential consideration of release of greenbelt land. So that's kind of where we are. But I think it's important to move the discussion on not just from where we build, but what we build. So what I'm asking for is some assurance of the quality of what would be proposed, what would be built. If greenbelt land is to be considered, as if, not when, if, then my view is that it should only be on the basis that you can deliver high-quality family houses, not flats, houses, with gardens, with parking, with supporting infrastructure. Is that something that you can commit to?
No.
That's, again...
Simply because, as we've made quite clear, for every story that you do not put on the bit of greenbelt that is released, it's a story that will take that same area of another bit of greenbelt. We want to see the absolute minimum amount of greenbelt released. It would be terrific if we could keep it only to grey belt. Actually, it would even be better if we could only keep to brownfield. But, as I've said to, perhaps it's been committees before rather than the Assembly, the task that we've been set is to find the space for 880,000 homes. Not find space for what you can build this year. The task that the government has set, and the previous government set with a bigger number, is where do you put 880,000 homes? And I challenge anyone to do that and not break the boundaries of brownfield, break the boundaries of the industrial land that's being released, break the boundaries of grey belt. So it's somewhat inevitable that there will be an element, if one does the 880,000 allocation, that it will require green belt. Now, for, I say, every bit of area that you undercook, wherever it is, if you don't sweat the brownfield, if you don't sweat those sites next to tube stations and not build 5 stories but build 10 or higher or whatever, if you don't build 5 to 6 stories where you are releasing greenbelt that's accessible by rail or tube stations, then that's even more land you're going to end up taking. There just simply isn't the space. We have spent 2 centuries building 2-storey homes with gardens at back and front. If we were like Paris and been consistently building 6, 7 stories all throughout, we continue being a compact, dense city. But we've had a century and a half of sprawl, and we've got limited amount left. So that in the limited amount we have left, we have to sweat it. That means 5 to 6 stories. Otherwise, you're advocating for more greenbelt being released.
Okay, thank you for your candour in that, but it's a disappointing situation, and it's where I think we will part company, because I don't think that we should be building high-density, high-rise on Greenbelt. I think if you're asking people to sacrifice...
Nor do I, it's mid-rise.
If you're asking people to sacrifice that land, and it's, say, a big if, then I think it has to be on the basis that it's high quality, that it's low density, that it includes that infrastructure.
It should be high quality.
Well,
I agree with the high quality. It's just a matter of density in which we disagree.
What it looks like this London plan will be promoting will be the slums of tomorrow rather than the high-quality, lasting communities. And if that's where we are, then I'm out.
Thank you. Can you hear? Just to add to that, absolutely yes to the quality, absolutely yes to access to nature, absolutely yes to supporting infrastructure, absolutely yes to good quality placemaking. Those will all be fundamental elements of any approach that is proposed. What, as kind of Deputy Mayor has said, is that what we can't do is commit to low density development because of the reasons that the Deputy Mayor has set out, but also many other factors. The supporting infrastructure comes viably and affordably with higher density. You also get...
Draw a line then, because my colleague will need time for his questions as well. Thank you.
Okay, so there's been a slight change in speaker order, so we're bringing in Assemblymember McCartney.
My question is to Jules, if I can. This is about the London Plan, and how will the next London Plan support development in the capital?
Some of the approach taken will be reminiscent of the previous London Plan, the sort of focus on good growth, focus on quality, focus on the right infrastructure, focus on brownfield first, focus on the highest development nearest transport nodes. Those are the sort of key guiding principles of the next plan. But as I say, it will be having to juggle that delivery of that in a very different context that the previous plan was brought forward. I think the previous plan was very aspirational, and it was built at a time brought forward at a time that aspiration could be delivered on. And we're having to be a lot more pragmatic, I think. And I think the pragmatism is going to come through in that plan. It needs to be as streamlined as possible. Again, we have that problem that the volume of policy within the previous plan is often to prevent the bad actors, to be able to keep the policy up. Some of the best deliverers in London in terms of house building don't actually need a lot of that policy to be written because they'll be doing it anyway to deliver good, attractive places that they can market. But there are equally people who want to take advantage and get planning permissions they have no desire to build out and just sell on. And so a lot of policy is kind of baked in to make sure that we, what the eventual owner and whoever eventually brings forward something, it's of high quality. So we'll have that tension as we bring it forward to make it streamlined and efficient, but at the same time making sure that we can keep up the quality.
Thank you. And can I ask, we're obviously in the phase of the next London Plan now, and you had a public engagement earlier this year. Can you give us any indication? Is there anything new coming out of that, or is it what you expected, or are there new trends emerging?
I can't think of new trends that suddenly that spring to mind. I mean, obviously there's the sadly there's the continuing trends of increased homelessness and increased costs for people trying to find homes. So it's probably, if anything, the trends are ones that are well rehearsed, but.
We can't reveal too much at the moment because, frankly, we are absolutely kind of in the thick of it. The evidence base is underway. That is informing the kind of policy development, etc. But a couple of kind of clear themes that I think were kind of set out towards the new London plan. The importance of infrastructure provision in the context of the 880,000 homes over a decade. That's transport, but also utilities and other dimensions. And one of the things we are certainly looking at there is more of a systems approach and taking account of both demand and supply. We know that there have been challenges in West London, for example, with electricity supply, so kind of trying to bring those together. Certainly embedding kind of very strongly the link between public transport connectivity and housing delivery and density. So those dimensions. And as Deputy Mayor has said, with the need figures, with the pressure kind of on that, we are looking at how to kind of densify, how to optimise delivery on well-connected sites, etc. So that's one of the trends in the kind of thinking.
Thank you. And my final question is really just paying tribute to my predecessor, Nikki Gavron, who obviously was one of the main architects of the first London plan. And one of the things we're very proud of is that her legacy including proper play space for children. And can I just seek an assurance for you that we're not going to have any watering down of that, and if possible, we could build on that legacy?
Yeah, we're absolutely going to be maintaining the requirements for play space and developments that she fought for. Yeah. Good.
And improving where necessary, hopefully, or where able. That would be helpful too. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, Assembly Member Garrett.
Thanks. A bit puzzled by some of what I've heard this morning. I'm sure we all heard Reform Assembly Member Alex Wilson standing right there giving an impassioned speech in favour of building on the Green Belt. I definitely heard him say that. I found it quite striking at the time. Returning to this question of building in inner London versus outer London on the Green Belt or elsewhere, looking at some of the figures, let's say Camden as an example, they got a housing target of over 1,000 and they've been averaging about 600 completions over the last 3 years, 625 average net completions the last 3 years. Is that a bit of a failure, Tom? Would you say Camden is failing London, letting us down, forcing us to build on the Green Belt, not holding up their end of what needs to happen?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Garrett. No. And first of all, I would say that even if Camden were building at a higher level, we would still need to be looking at building on the Green Belt. As Jules and I have said on numerous occasions, we have an extraordinarily high housing needs assessment, housing target of 88,000 homes per year. That necessitates looking at building on the Green Belt because there is not enough brownfield land in London in order to meet that target and in order to make sure we are building the homes that Londoners and particularly the most vulnerable Londoners need.
So of that 88,000 figure you've just mentioned, Camden's share of that is 3,137 per year. And I would remind you they're currently delivering...
To be clear, Camden's share of that will be set by the next London plan.
Yeah, it sounds like, well, you've led me where I'm going. It sounds like what you're going to do is take the nationally calculated figure. That's the 88,000 figure is calculated by borough. 88,000 is the total calculated by the new Labour government. They reckon Camden has a need for 3,100. What you've just implied is that you think there's no attempt to get Camden to build anything like that. You're just going to build over the Green Belt and let Camden keep building very little.
Sorry, I haven't got this particular figure in front of me, but this
is the figure that you're quoting, 88,000, the 880,000 you've quoted,
the one that you've allocated to Camden. the government gives us the 88,000 figure and then we apportion it, and we haven't done that yet. That will be through the London plan. The figure that comes with the borough figure that comes with the national figures isn't the one that's adopted. It gets reapportioned, doesn't it?
Well, exactly that is my point. So, but the 88,000 figure isn't just plucked out of thin air. The government, the National Planning Policy Framework, creates, well, you can make a face, maybe you think the Labour government might be pulling figures out of thin air. I think we've seen a lot of that over the last few months. But this figure, the 88,000 figure, which is going to be binding, they don't generate it with a random number machine from Rachel Reeves. What they do is they work out borough by borough what they think the need is, and they think the need in Camden is 3,137, and they add up all the other boroughs and they come up with 88,000. And what I'm hearing, a very strong message from both of you, is that you don't think Camden's going to be attempting to build anything like that, and you're going to meet that total not by asking Camden to do what it's supposedly needing to be done, but by building an outer London.
On that, so the process for allocating the figures, we are starting from the 88,000, but it is accepted between ourselves and government that it is the London plan that sets the figures. We are undertaking a process with every borough and every local planning authority across London called Land for London. That's the SHLA process.
Forgive me, you'll appreciate that time is very short.
Okay.
I'm aware of the process by which it happens. What I'm conscious of is the process is steered by some politicians who are sitting next to you, and I really want to hear from them why they are keen to build outer London and not inner London. Can I give you another Labour example that's failing? Lambeth, they built 441 average completions over the last 3 years. Is that a success? Would you say Lambeth is doing well, like Camden?
I think Lambeth is affected by the same conditions that all boroughs and indeed all developers and all housing associations are affected by. I'd be interested to hear
Is Croydon not affected by the same conditions? Sorry? Is Croydon not affected by the same conditions? Croydon's built over 2,000.
I think Croydon has a lot more land than some of these inner London boroughs that you are talking about.
Redbridge, have they got any land? Outer London borough? 359 average net completions in Redbridge. Is that another Labour success story?
I don't understand what these numbers have to do with what the connection you're making with the next London plan figures about the current build-out, because the London, the requirement for
let me answer your
Greenbelt in the next London plan.
I'm sorry, there's no point you answering a question if you start with the premise that you're confused. So let me remove the confusion. My point is, from top to bottom, Labour is saying we need to build an enormous number of houses. And I look at these boroughs, and they're doing very little. Croydon is doing brilliantly. You mentioned all these problems. Croydon's building over 2,000 net completions per year. These Labour boroughs are doing very little, nothing like the targets they already have, nowhere near a tiny fraction of the Labour government's proposed new targets. They are failing, and you're unwilling to condemn them for failing. The very thing that you want to achieve, all these Labour boroughs are failing, and you just want to sit there and say, it's fine, they're not failing.
It's not just Labour boroughs, it's right across London. In fact, it's largely right across the country. And as we've said, we rehearsed it earlier in this meeting. The reason why that all those figures are so flat are because of the economic circumstances. It's not because those boroughs are actually failing to bring things forward. And my point earlier that I was trying to make was that the proposal isn't to build in outer London or the Greenbelt because they're not building in the centre. The proposals assume that there is full delivery on brownfield and inner London. That's assumed that it's all built out, and then the search goes further. Okay. So I want to scotch any idea that the plan and all the proposals about Greenbelt and the discussion about Greenbelt is because it's an alternative. This is in addition to fully building out all those sites within inner London.
We'll see what the numbers are when they come out, but I think the direction of travel seems disappointingly clear. Thank you, Chair.
Assembly Member Small-Edwards.
Thank you, Chair. Deputy Mayors, are you confident that the changes to the affordable housing measures will lead to the increase in house building that we hope to see?
Thank you for the question. Yes, absolutely. As we were discussing earlier, the key issue at the moment facing development in London is viability. These measures taken together will improve viability. I think particularly taken together the new 20% emergency threshold, which, as Jules has pointed out, doesn't replace the 35% threshold in the London plan. It's in addition to it, and developers are still bringing things through at 35%, particularly that 20% combined with the 50% SIL relief. All of these measures will improve scheme viability, and therefore we expect delivery. I think the other element of it, which should improve delivery, is the fact that it is an emergency package. It's a time-limited package. Developers are absolutely incentivised to get their schemes commenced within the time period. So I think all of these things taken together mean we're going to see a significant uptick in the number of starts, which, to remind the Assembly, in the first 3 quarters of this year, only 3,200.
And in terms of the time-limited nature, how will that work in practice?
The time-limited nature is developers will have to have their schemes determined by the 31st of March 2028. They will have to have commenced by the 31st of December 2028, and they will have to have the scheme substantially implemented by the 31st of March 2031. Now, the definition, I believe, I'm looking at Jules, of substantially implemented is built up to at least the first floor plate.
And then in terms of the measures reverting back, how will that work?
Sorry, 2030, sorry, December 2030, sorry, rather than March 2031. Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Yeah, thank you for that update. How will it revert back to the situation before the emergency measures once that time-limited period is ended?
Well, it just falls away to whatever is currently the extant plan. So it's either the current plan or, by that time, the new plan would be in place. So, and that's actually what yeah, it says. Yeah, it'll run until the 31st of March 2028, or until the London plan is published. Yeah. Sorry, I was having trouble remembering.
Thank you. So theoretically, the London plan could have different stipulations to the emergency measures.
Yes, we'd expect that. Yeah, it's likely to. I mean, we certainly do not see this as the long-term plan package, but it may be the case that, I mean, let's hope it's not the case economically, because the country will be in a very bad way. But if the economy was still as bad as it is today in 5 years' time, it might be possible that there would be a different approach being taken. But the plan that the draft plan that we intend to publish next May is likely to look more like the current plan than the emergency measures. Let's put it that way.
Thank you very much. That's really helpful. There was also £322 million for a City Hall developer, which I think is really promising. What is your vision for that City Hall developer?
Yes, thank you. I mean, in many ways, that was my favourite bit. Yes, so the £322 million is an initial payment of grant funding. First of all, we do expect additional grant funding on top of that. In addition, we expect to get London's share of the low-cost loans that were announced by the government, and we are to understand that London will receive a substantial share of the low-cost loans. The government has also talked about making available sort of market rate financial transactions. I think at the moment it's an open question whether or not we would administer them or whether Homes England will administer them. It depends on certain things. But taken together, this creates what we're calling the City Hall Developer Investment Fund. It will allow us to invest in more innovative ways than just the Affordable Homes Programme and alongside the Affordable Homes Programme. So a bit like our land fund, things like loans, equity investment, recoverable investments. So it's through the City Hall Developer Investment Fund, for example, that the GLA could become a joint venture partner, hence master developer, on particular schemes. So, I think it's very exciting. I think it's very innovative. And just to stress, it does, sits alongside the Affordable Homes Programme.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Assembly Member Roberts.
Thank you, and good morning, everybody. I did notice that when we were talking about the difficult choices inherent in the emergency scheme, that the one difficult choice that was not taken was for the Mayor to consider reducing any of his take of SIL. That is absolutely protected, I'm given to him. So that is a comment and not a question, because I've got 2 minutes.
No. You don't want the
question which I do have. The question which I do have.
The MSIL is already paid. It's already paid. It was for Crossrail, the Elizabeth line.
That old chestnut, is it? There we go. But the Mayor, when he talked about the City Hall Developer Investment Fund, which you had such tough questioning from Assembly Member Hall Edwards just a moment ago, he said that the places it will go to would be good boroughs. Good boroughs. What are the criteria for being a good borough? Is it Labour boroughs?
So I mean,
yes.
Steady. I hadn't seen the particular response that the Mayor gave, but to be clear about the City Hall Developer Investment Fund, it will prioritise things like stalled sites, which we're doing a considerable amount of work on through the Housing Mission Fund, and also, prioritising public sites, GLA group, things like that. So, public land, private investment, stalled sites.
Okay. But will we be publishing a list of those criteria closer to this?
Yes, I mean, there will be. So once the City Hall Developer Investment Fund is up and running, there should be a prospectus. Yep. There will be full transparency. All schemes and developers and housing associations and boroughs that receive funding will be, there'll be full transparency over that. So, yeah, don't worry about that.
Okay, let me think. I've got 28 seconds left. One of the problems that we often find is that sometimes rather than just saying, right, here's some money to build houses, affordable houses of any type, sometimes things like arm houses don't qualify, sometimes, intermediate, that doesn't qualify. Can we just flatten the system? Has that been considered?
Arms houses, I think we can fund. Can we?
I'm
going to pass to Tim for this one.
It has to be a different application, a different fund. It's really quite...
I'm afraid I don't know the detail of arms houses, but I would say that we're trying to use every flexibility that we've ourselves got from government to try and create the most flexible programme that we can to fund things that people want to fund.
Thank you.
And can you may want to further elaborate in writing to members' copy to all the rest of the remaining member.
There we go.
Okay,
Thank you so much.
Assembly Member Turrell.
Thank you, Chair. And good morning to our guests. Jules, if I could start with you very quickly. When do you plan to publish the results of your Greenbelt review?
They would be published alongside the plan in May.
Thank you for that answer. Now, you said previously to the Environment Committee and the Planning Committee, and now earlier today, about any building on the Greenbelt must be dense. So now that we're starting to see applications come into the for building on the Greenbelt, if a proposed development does not go to the 5 or 6 stories that you mentioned in response to Assembly Member Wilson, will you be calling that application in and forcing them to go higher?
That could be the result. Yes, I mean, we try to work with developers beforehand to try and steer them when they come in for pre-app to actually do something that's suitable for the site and optimise the site. I already do know of a number of applications that the developers have long since owned the land, and now, because of the kind of change in the overall kind of national regulations on Greenbelt, they've thought now is the opportunity to bring this forward, and it's very low density. as I say, building executive homes and sprawling them across the Greenbelt, I do not think addresses the housing crisis and only exacerbates the need for even more land when it comes to be built out, and we address the numbers that I've spoken about. I mean, just to finish, you know, when we say density, we're talking about mansion blocks here. We're not talking about 20 stories and sort of a City of London or a Croydon or an Acton in the middle of the Greenbelt. But what I'm saying is that 2 stories with parking for 3 cars outside, all that is a recipe for trebling, quadrupling or more the amount of Greenbelt that by the 10 years' time will be needed to carry on building out for London.
Does it not sound a little bit out of touch, Deputy Mayor, to if you're in a 2-bedroom home with 2 kids sharing the second room, is it not a bit insulting to hear your want for a family home of at least 3 bedrooms to be called an executive home? Because that sounds pretty insulting to me.
But I'm talking about the kind of thing that gets proposed by developers.
I'm talking about the sort of housing that Londoners need.
I'm not saying that every suburban home of 2 or 3 bedrooms and some parking is an executive home, but that is what often developers want to build in the Greenbelt.
I think anyone that sits on a planning committee, now thankfully I always avoid planning committees at council level, but my wife for some reason decided she wanted to sit on one. We're not getting 3-bedroom homes come through the planning system. That isn't what developers want to build. They want to build rabbit hutches. They want to build studio flats. They want to build 1-bed flats. They want to build 2-bed flats, not family housing. So, once again, referring to it as executive housing, do you not think that sounds slightly out of touch with the situation?
No, that's completely conflating 2 different things. The reason why developers don't want to bring forward 3-bedroom homes is because they are, by definition, very expensive. That's why developers prefer to build for the market homes 1 and 2 bedrooms.
Mr. Deputy Mayor,
because
it's your job to make sure developers build the homes that Londoners need, not the ones developers want to build.
Sorry?
I said respectfully, it's your job as Deputy Mayor to make sure that developers are delivering the homes that Londoners need, which is family housing, not the type of housing that developers want to build, which is studio flats, 1-bed flats and 2-bed flats.
The previous London plan, we do, between us and the rules for support from housing and land, do require larger bedroom sizes from affordable homes, but the London plan does not intervene in the market for requiring the numbers of homes with higher bedrooms. And all it would do to do so would be just creating more 3-bedroom homes that were unaffordable to families, and instead it was be bought by buy-to-let landlords who would then rent them to students. That's the reality of what happens. It's completely unrealistic. It's completely unrealistic.
Due to time, I'm going to have to move on to my next line question, which is directed towards Deputy Mayor Copley. Mr. Copley, do you think London has too many or too few landlords?
Which sort of landlord are you referring to?
Private.
I thought you might be. I mean, there's definitely a shortage at the moment, I think, of private rented properties. That's absolutely clear. And it's one of the reasons why we encourage build to rent. We've got a particular pathway for build to rent through the London Plan. And the reason why we encourage build to rent is because this is professionally managed, high quality. I'm going to jump in just because of time, Mr. Copley, but you have answered the question of too few. So I'm a renter. I'm renting a 1-bed flat at the moment. Me and my wife for a while have wanted to go up to a 2-bed flat, but we can't afford it despite the money, the generous salary I earn from here. So with the acknowledgement there are already too few landlords in London, are you concerned, do you share my concern that the changes to the tax arrangements announced in the budget last week is going to be another nail in the coffin that is going to drive more landlords out of London? No, I don't think so. I think the priority for us at the GLA is getting more high-quality build-to-rent properties built. The reason for this is because it adds to the housing stock.
I appreciate you want to run down the clock, but you have actually answered the question. So if I could hand back, Chair, because I've had my answer.
Thank you. Tom, we know that actually families across London, it's quite insulting to them that they are having to face the worst housing crisis that I've ever known as a consequence of Brexit, as a consequence of Liz Truss's budget, as a consequence of Putin's war in Russia, in Ukraine. And the first decision that the new government that came in was to allocate additional funding for the current affordable housing programme. It's just allocated an additional £11.7 billion for the next affordable housing programme. How, as the Deputy Mayor for London, are you going to be able to use this funding in order to start getting London building?
Thank you very much for that question. Yes, you're absolutely right. The £11.7 billion that the government has announced for the new social and affordable homes programme is the biggest and longest settlement we've ever had. It runs over 10 years, and what that means is it allows our delivery partners to plan for the long term, and that's really, really important. Previously, we have had 5-year settlements, which has led to, as I'm sure we'll come on to later questioning, the famous hockey stick effect. That goes like that. What I hope will happen through a 10-year settlement, which allows partners to plan, is that we'll have a much more consistent level of delivery across that time. It will be 60% social rent, which of course is the kind of housing that's most in need. That's something the government stipulated and something that we strongly agree with. And on the 40% that's not social rent, we will be offering shared ownership and London Living Rent, as we have previously, but also the Mayor's new key worker living rent product. And we'll be working with housing associations and councils in order to deliver these homes.
That's incredibly positive to hear. So obviously we need to make sure that we're building these homes that families are desperately in need of. Going back to the point about the short-term measure that to kickstart that home building, 20%. We've seen a drop to 20% in terms of the overall affordable housing target. Those figures that you just referred to, the 60-40, is that in reference to the 20%, or what will that 20% look like? It
happens to be both, but they're not linked. So the 60-40 in the 20%, that's a planning split in the London plan. The 60-40 in the affordable homes programme has been stipulated by the government, but is strongly supported by us.
So with the short-term measure in terms of reduction to 20% in terms of affordable overall, what will the split of that look like?
Oh, that's 60-40.
Still 60-40.
Yeah, 60-40 social to intermediate.
And
by the way, the new affordable homes programme, going back to some of the questioning we had earlier around the emergency package, 20% is not the ceiling. We intend to use the new social and affordable homes programme to top up that 20% as high as we can.
And we've heard a bit of it earlier, but actually the challenge that I've got in a constituency like Ealing and Hillingdon is you've got one borough in Ealing, Labour run, which actually has been looking to and has been delivering genuinely affordable homes for some time now. You've got another borough that has been obstinate to delivering those genuinely affordable homes. We need to make sure that we've got those affordable homes right across all 32 boroughs across London. How are you going to make sure that that is the case going forward, and we don't have boroughs dragging their heels in terms of delivery against this desperately needed target?
Well, we want to work with delivery partners across all of London, and indeed we do. So I would invite, we work very closely with Ealing. We work with Hillingdon as well, and I would invite all boroughs in London to put in the biggest bid that they can, because we want to have the biggest possible first bidding round for this programme.
So, but what will happen if those boroughs come back with a bid that is lower than you would want it to be?
Well, we'd be incredibly disappointed by that, and we'd want to work with them. We want to work with them to increase that number.
What would you do? Put them on the naughty step? What would you? Yeah.
We'd want to work with them to increase that figure. This is a demand-led programme. I can't force boroughs to bid. But I would hope that the fact we've got the biggest affordable homes programme ever will mean we'll get substantial bids from boroughs across London.
Thank you.
Assembly Member Giorgio.
Good morning, everyone. Deputy Mayor Pipe, Can you confirm, I think as you've already alluded to throughout this meeting, that it is Sadiq Khan's policy to build mid to high-rise development on the Greenbelt?
No, it's not.
Well, that's funny, because in response to Assembly Member Wilson, that's exactly what you said. In response to Assembly Member Turrell, that was the theme of what you said. So, hold on. Let's put it a different way, because, well, I'll be polite in my questioning to you, because I know you're well regarded across the Assembly. Well, let's see how this meeting goes. What is Sadiq Khan's intention to densify on the Greenbelt where development occurs?
Well, ideally, the kind of development brought forward on the limited amounts of Greenbelt to be released would look like mansion blocks of up to 5, maybe 6 stories that were strongly, heavily landscaped. Right. So that it wouldn't be, not to kind of maximise an urban character, but move away from how would character. But nevertheless, but on the footprint that they took up, going to near 5-6 stories, not 2, not 10.
Right, so how is that different from the first question that I asked? I asked you, are you looking from mid, which is mansion block style housing, to high-rise? So to confirm, is Sadiq Khan's policy on Greenbelt development, he would like 5 to 6 stories. Is that correct?
Mid-rise.
Right, mid-rise, OK.
Yeah.
So just to confirm, thank you for confirming, Mr Deputy Mayor, is Sadiq Khan's policy to build 5 to 6 stories across the Greenbelt?
Not across the Greenbelt.
That's literally what you just said.
Not across the Greenbelt.
Let's move on. Here we go. I've never experienced a changing of answer midway through. But anyway, we'll carry on.
Right. No, I'm challenging. I am challenging words being put in my mouth. Saying across the Greenbelt and saying, would I agree with that? No, I'm not going to agree with things that are not true.
You just said 5 to 6 stories.
I specifically just said on limited amounts of Greenbelt released. That's not across the Greenbelt. There's a material difference.
All right, let's go down the semantic game then, shall we, Mr Deputy Mayor? Because you're taking after your boss, the Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, clearly, right? So when and if Greenbelt development occurs, on the outline that you would like to build on, will it be, or your preference be, 5 to 6 stories?
That sounded a very carefully worded question. I think the answer is yes
right,
to it.
Thank you. There we go. Well done.
What you're saying...
I'm proud of you, Mr Deputy Mayor.
What you're saying is...
No, you've done it. Thank you. Right. Mr Deputy Mayor, thank you for my literature for the future. You signed a letter with the Labour leader of Enfield Council, Ergin Erbil, jointly supporting the destruction of Cruise Hill and the Greenbelt. Councillor Erbil has said these will be large family homes. You have just said they will be 5 to 6 stories on Cruise Hill and the Greenbelt. Who is the liar? You, him, or Sadiq Khan?
Yeah, I mean, it's no secret that it would be Enfield's preference for a mix, absolutely. But it would be easier to have this conversation once the draft plan is published and we kind of know the kind of size of take that will be required. And then even then, after then, there is another step by which, the GLA itself does not release Greenbelt. It's the Greenbelt review assesses Greenbelt, but it's for local plans to determine whether any Greenbelt is actually released or not.
Well, actually, that's not true, because it's the Newtown process which has got your name plastered all over it, Mr Deputy Mayor. But anyway, does the Mayor of London still have the intention to build 10,000 flats in Trent Park?
Do you know what?
Here we go. Right, come on, take your time. Well, actually, rather don't. I'm on the clock. Come on.
I'll give you...
Mr Chairman.
I'm going to give you some time. I'm going to give you some time.
That's not something I can answer simply because it depends the definition of Trent Park. Because I know there's the difference between... Because there's a material difference.
Right.
There's a material difference between Trent Park, the area, and Trent Country Park, isn't it? Which is actually where the house and garden is.
So Trent Country Park.
My understanding that there is already a development on Trent Park, which is the Berkeley Homes development, which was built out.
Yeah,
so there is some confusion about which area
there's no confusion. There is a place, I mean, I didn't think I'd have to teach you geography today. There is a place called Trent Park, also known as Trent Country Park. A park is a park. The outline is the outline. Does Sadiq Khan want to build 10,000 flats in Trent Park? Yes or no? No? Well, that's funny, because nobody's told the gentleman next to you that, and TfL, who have said they do want to do it. So who's wrong? Which one of you?
There aren't any proposals to build up there. What is happening is work between GLA, MHCLG, Enfield Council to look at what might be possible. That would be a mix of it is not any area that would be released would be master planned. That would look at.
That wasn't my question. Is the intention to build in Trent Park?
I've said there are no proposals.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Assembly Member Desai.
Yeah, my question. Good morning, panel. My question is to you, Jules. What are you doing to ensure that infrastructure like transport, schools, and utilities are delivered in step with housing growth in opportunity areas and other major development sites?
Thank you, Assemblyman, for the question. As you may know, that there's a refresh of the London infrastructure framework that's been commissioned and it's being carried out jointly with London councils. And so that framework will set out all the infrastructure that's needed, and particularly that's needed to unlock development and to make sure that that development is sustainable, climate resilient, and enables the growth that we need to happen in the capital. And that the London Growth Plan sits alongside that and aligns with the government's 10-year infrastructure strategy as well.
Just to follow up, again to you, Jules. Are there plans for the Mayor's Infrastructure Coordination Service to be expanded beyond central London?
When you say central London, I mean, do you mean beyond London? Because it already covers the whole of London.
Okay, sorry, but I'm just reading my briefing notes.
Yeah, yeah. So it does already. The ICS works with all boroughs, all sectors of the infrastructure industry, all the regulators that are relevant to the infrastructure industry, and that ICS coordinates a whole load of work streams across London, and actually does also work outside London with places like Manchester and to introduce the practices there, the approach to infrastructure there.
I didn't know that. Thank you. And again to you, Jules, what assurances can you give that infrastructure delivery will keep pace with housing targets in less commercially viable areas?
Well, that's something that we're actively exploring with CLG and Treasury. Yeah, we've all experienced it. We've all complained about it. The fact that often develop comes ahead of necessary infrastructure. We're trying to turn that on its head, because not least because a lot of that 880,000 that I've spoken about is absolutely dependent on significant amounts of infrastructure, particularly transport infrastructure, coming forward.
Thank you. And my final question, can't leave you out, Tom. So my final question is to you. It's very positive that the government has given the go-ahead to the DLR extension from Beckton Riverside across the river to Thamesmead. Can you outline how many new homes this will unlock, and when do you expect work to start on this extension, which many of us in this chamber, well, Assemblyman Duval, myself in particular, have been campaigning for?
Well, thank you very much, Assemblymember Desire. Yes, I mean, for me, it felt like Christmas came early at the budget when we got this endorsement from the Chancellor for the DLR extension, which is something that we at the GLA have been pushing, and the TfL have been pushing for a very long time. So it will unlock 30,000 homes on both sides of the river, including 15,000 homes at Thamesmead, Newtown. In terms of timings, the TfL is raring to go. They expect to submit the Transport and Works Act order next year. Hopefully, a start in 2027, and then completion in the early 2030s. So, I think for a piece of transport infrastructure, it's quite a rapid delivery.
Of course, you've got the Berkeley Homes development at the old gasworks site.
Yes, which is, I believe, 10,000 homes. Is that? I'm looking at Lucinda. I think it's 10,000 homes at Beckton Gasworks. Yeah.
And although not directly relevant to today's plenary, but of course, the move of the markets from the city to the Royal Albert Docks.
Which is something else to celebrate. Absolutely, yes. It's very good news for the Royal Docks. It will transform that part of the docks.
2,200 jobs. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Assembly Member Best.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Copley, do you realise how bizarre this conversation will sound to Londoners from today? If you're a family in overcrowded accommodation, a struggling renter, if you're looking to get on the housing ladder, if you are on the council house waiting list, you're looking at a mayor that's delivered record levels of rough sleeping, empty homes, homeless people in temporary accommodation. You've got London with new starts down 73% this year compared to 10% nationally. You've got private rents going up in London more than the national average. And a mayor of London and you two under the deputy mayoralties that's missed every target in the Affordable Homes Programme. The Affordable Homes Programme, by the way, which has already been cut down on its targets. And today, there hasn't been 1 ounce of culpability and not one sorry. Do you want to take any culpability at all?
Well, if you want to talk about culpability, we could talk about who was in power that created the incredibly difficult economic circumstances
I'll take culpability for the fact that the mini-budget did
we are dealing with
today. Would you like to take some culpability now? Would you like to take some culpability now?
Chair, please.
The question is about the Deputy Mayor. Would he like to take culpability?
He's trying to answer you, but let's have another go.
I'm very happy to take a portion of the credit, which was a collective effort for the 116,000 affordable homes that we started under the previous Affordable Homes programme. But I would hope that she, on behalf perhaps of her party, would take some culpability for the botched introduction of the building safety regulator, for the botched introduction of other safety regulations, for the fact that interest rates soared after the Liz Truss mini-budget. I think sometimes...
You're making yourself look more silly by not taking culpability, because people can look at what's happening nationally and they can look at what's happening in London, but you don't have to take it from me. The government, your Labour government, came in and put this mayor on special measures. They said London has fallen well short of what is needed, and that's why they're coming in to turn it around. And because of the mayor's failure, that's meant we're losing Greenbelt. That's meant that power is being stripped from boroughs. That's meant that communities are going to lose developer contributions which help in their communities. That means they're going to push rabbit hutch development because of your failure. Do you know what it reminds me of? You know the David Lammy clip when he goes outside and he says, I haven't seen a police officer anywhere.
Is it Assembly Member speech-making time, Chair, or is it question time?
The Deputy Mayor says we've got to build on the Greenbelt because I can't see any housing anywhere. Well, we are literally standing in the Royal Docks where the Mayor should be delivering 10,000 homes and he hasn't. You're saying, where do we build these houses? Outside of here. Why aren't you building out of here?
We're delivering 36,000 homes in the Royal Docks, Assembly Member, and I'll tell you what I'm proud of. I'm proud of the fact that we started 116,000 affordable homes under the previous Affordable Homes Programme, that we've completed 80,000 of them, and that we've started we've started record numbers of council homes in London, who will benefit the very vulnerable Londoners that she mentioned in her question. As for the Greenbelt, we've already covered this. As Jules has said, even if we built on every single piece, even if we built on the whole of the Royal Docks, even if we built the whole of the Royal Docks, every single other piece of brownfield land in London, we'd still need to build
no apology
to
Londoners.
some of the Greenbelt Assembly member
apology to Londoners. Not
I don't think the message is getting through,
People
Chair.
are living in the
I don't think the
reality
message
of this,
is getting
and
through.
you're pretending to live in an alternative reality where everything's okay. It's crazy.
Thank you.
Fantastic speech. Fantastic speech.
I'm glad you appreciate it. So, you know, you would be ripping into yourself if you were over here. You'd be ripping into yourself if you were an Assembly member.
Right. Okay. Yeah, fine. Okay, I'm now going to go to Assembly Member Russell.
Good morning. Deputy Mayor for Housing. Your Gypsy and Traveller Accommodation Needs Assessment, the GATANA, was published last Friday. Now, back in July, I raised some problems with this document that had been raised with me by the Gypsy and Traveller community, and I raised those problems with the Mayor around the evidence base, the way cultural need has been redefined as a demand, and that it doesn't include a formula which counts overcrowding as evidence of housing need. Now, on Tuesday this week, Ealing's local plan went through its examination in public process. They didn't rely on your GATANA number, they produced their own. Now, the London GATANA found the need for 11 pitches in Ealing, and Ealing assessed their need to be 43 pitches. That's nearly 4 times as many. So the London GATANA is less than a week old, and it's actually been proved wrong at that examination in public. So my question, I have 2 questions, and I'm going to put them together. They're very brief. Do you still believe you have adequate community engagement for this document to be supported by Gypsy and Traveller communities? And given there are still questions about the validity of the numbers in the London GATANA, are you open to it being revised?
Good morning, Caroline. Lovely to see you.
Good morning.
Just to say, first of all, you know, Jules and I have both engaged, quite extensively with the community over this. We really understand the concerns that they have with the document, and we've met with them, and where possible, we've sought to address their concerns. So we've agreed to commission an easy-read version of the document. We've agreed to share some of the survey data at a London-wide level, subject to GDPR. We've agreed to highlight the issue of overcrowding among Roma in the report, before we published it, you know, we shared a final copy of the report with the steering group. We do understand that there were concerns about the methodology, and I might pass over in a moment to Lucinda on this. I think potentially with a document like this, there will always be some disagreements over methodology. What we have committed to the community is that we will do a lessons learned from this process.
Okay, I'm going to stop you. If you can be very brief, because I'm on the clock. If you wanted to come in on that, as Tom suggested.
So in terms of the GATANA, we are kind of confident that it is as robust a process as was possible. It's a very complicated process. For most of the boroughs, there are significantly higher figures in the GATANA than previous
I'm going to have to stop you there, but the community are not happy about this, and I really hope that you do more really thorough engagement, because it's not aspirational to live in a caravan, some of them said to me. It's really important you do listen to them more. Thank you.
Okay, let's move on. Assembly Member Baker.
Thanks, Chair. I'm going to ask some questions about the SHMA, the Social Housing Market, Strategic Housing Market Assessment. That's a small spoiler there of some of my questions. So we're now expecting that, I believe, early next year. And I want to specifically ask how you're going to ensure that the right tenure types are prioritised when you're carrying out the strategic, the SHMA? Can you talk us through that process?
This is...
Yeah, that's absolutely fine. I'm happy to have answers from whoever.
I can give you a garbled answer, or we can have a
Happy to hear
articulate
from
answer
Lucinda.
from Lucinda.
Your mic isn't on, sorry, Lucinda.
Sorry. Joint exercise between housing and land colleagues and planning colleagues, very technical process. We look at different scenarios, but absolutely at its heart is setting what the specific tenure needs are, etc. We are taking as a starting point the 88,000, but within that running different scenarios, depending on how quickly we tackle backlog and other factors like that. We can set out in a bit more detail because it is quite a technical kind of process, and as I say, different scenarios, different assumptions, but it will absolutely be kind of setting out the kind of key tenures that are needed, the types of housing kind of within that overall 88,000 figures, and it will be informing the development of the London Plan policy to make sure that it is translated through to the policy requirements.
Thanks. Specifically, you mentioned that it starts from the position of the 88,000, and that's done. That 88,000 figure was done on an entirely different calculation that isn't related to specific research on the need, in this case in London. How confident are you that that 88,000 figure is not going to skew some of the research that ensures you're going to get the right tenure to make that up?
Very good question, and something we are grappling with. We are coming at it from both ends, as it were, and that's where the different scenarios come in to inform, because not all the scenarios take the 88,000 kind of figure. Some scenarios kind of don't have that figure, depending on whether you assume the backlog kind of is dealt with and how quickly. As I say, I can give
you
a
might
bit
have to
more
put that in slightly more layperson's language there.
It's still a work in progress and emerging, but a scenario has the 88,000 figure assumed. Other scenarios assume kind of different figures, but all of them are informed by an assessment of the specific kind of housing tenure needs within those different figures.
So what are the sort of trigger points where you'll sort of look at it and go, well, hold on a minute, is this data lining up? Is this accurate, or is this being skewed by... Because I think, I do apologise, and I know it is a detailed answer, so I appreciate it, but you're talking about scenarios, and I don't really understand what that means.
So basically, they are the process that you are referring to. How do we...
The specific and just places, specific methods of carrying
and
out.
Testing those, the feedback, because once you make an assumption, the feedback loop, so it is doing what you're talking about, basically a sanity check on what it's saying at each kind of point. But that work is currently ongoing. It's emerging. But as I say, I can give a more... We could do a separate briefing on how we are tackling the SHMA, if that would be helpful.
I think we really want something, because so we can get, we can have specific briefings that get into loads and loads of detail. But I think from our point of view, I'd like to know where the trigger points are, that we can sort of look at it and go, well, do we think this is... Are your methods sound? Are they linked into the actual need? Because my second question was going to be specifically about backlog and specifically about overcrowding, and what particular... Because there have been criticisms previously of the SHMA that it doesn't accurately reflect overcrowding, temporary accommodation. What sources of information are you going to use, and how are you going to ensure those are absolutely accurate when informing the final outcome? I don't know whose question that is, sorry. Oh, sorry, Tom. Sorry. This is about specific sources of information about backlog, temporary accommodation and overcrowding. How are you going to make sure those are accurate to make sure the SHMA comes out with the right figures?
Yeah, I mean...
It's like a hot potato, this one, isn't it?
I mean, the key source of data is the English Housing Survey, which looks at... it looks at the household composition, bedroom size need, and tenure affordability. So that's where the kind of underlying need data comes from.
And are you confident that those are accurate enough to reflect the specific needs in London, or are those being sense-checked with any other sources of data?
Well, I think that's the best data we've got. We'd have to come back, I think, on whether there are kind of sense checks on that or kind of corroborative other sources of data that are used. I'm not close enough to the detail, but that's the primary source of data which we use.
Okay, and just finally, what's the reason for the Shmar being delayed now for a few months? Oh, we were expecting it this autumn, weren't we? And it's now being early next year. Is that accurate?
I think they were only ever tentative dates. The work is ongoing. It was always going to take kind of quite a while because it is a complicated context with the 88,000. So I'm not aware that there was any formal commitment.
No. It wouldn't have been formal, but we had indications that we were expecting it this year and not so. And what's the reason for that? Is there
complexity and making sure we get it right.
Okay. All right then. Back to you, Chair.
Assembly Member Hall.
Thank you. Good morning, gentlemen. Deputy Mayor Tom, I'm really happy for you that, in your words, Christmas came early because of the budget. I just want to assure you that for many taxpayers in London, it's going to be cancelled this year because of the disastrous budget. But I want to talk to you today about the rough sleeping, which has got so bad. 13,231 people were seen rough sleeping in 24-25, which is a 10% increase from the previous year, and a 63% increase since 2016, which is when our mayor became mayor. Why has rough sleeping continued to increase when actually the mayor's rough sleeping budget has increased fivefold from 8.45 million when he came to power in 2016 to 44.8 million in 25-26?
Thank you, Assembly Member Hall, and thank you, by the way, for pointing out the increase in the Mayor's rough sleeping budget since 2016.
I'm pointing out how it's not working.
I'm very proud of the fact that...
Just saying.
No, let me finish. I'm very proud of the fact that the Mayor has prioritised rough sleeping and has increased the budget, as you say, fivefold. But as you say, the figures are still far too high. And when the Mayor launched his rough sleeping plan of action back in May, he was very, very clear that things would probably get worse before they got better. But that's why I do wish
Mayor.
I'd be able to just
Deputy Mayor,
answer the question.
I'll press my chest as well. We can both do that.
I just,
you really should not be proud, Deputy Mayor. When you're spending 5 times... Oh, I know this is hard for you to hear, but when you're spending 5 times more in cost to deal with something and it's getting worse, that's not a good sign.
Assembly Member Hall.
That's not something to be proud
Assembly
of.
Member Hall. What's not to be proud of is the record of the previous government, that unfortunately, we are still dealing with the effects of the previous government.
But that's it. You're not dealing with it, though. You're just throwing money at it, as is the socialist way. Yeah. Throw money at it, like the National Health Service. Throw so much money at it, and wonder why that in itself doesn't make it better. The figures here
Can I get a word in
horrific.
edgewise, please, Assembly Member Hall?
If you answer properly, Tom, you may.
Thank you.
That's okay.
The mayor's services since 2016 have helped 18,500 people off the streets. 3/4 of those people are not seen on the streets again. That, in my view, is a success, and that, in my view, is a success of the increase of the funding that you were very kind to point out at the beginning. The problem that we have had is that people have been arriving on the streets faster than we have been able to help them. That is in many ways, in fact, that is in most ways, a legacy of the previous government. We are trying to sort that out, and we're trying to sort that out by putting prevention at the heart of the Mayor's plan of action. Well, we've only just launched the plan of action, Assembly Member Hall, and we're putting in place, and we have put in place what we're calling the Ending Homelessness Accelerator Programme, which brings together the GLA and London councils Myself
bring as many
and Councillor
people
Grace
together as you
Williams, who
like.
is the London Council's executive member,
Deputy Mayor,
co-chair
bring
the
as many
Ending
people
Homelessness
as you like
Accelerator
together,
programme, which
throw
is
as
designed
much
precisely
our
to
money
address
as you can
the
at it.
problem that
It's
you
not
refer
working.
to.
I know you're looking at the clock so you can wind me down. That's fine. We all understand how this works. But the point is, more money is going into this, and it is not fixing the problem. So please don't be proud of something that is not working.
We are still dealing with the legacy of your government, Assembly Member Hall.
Thank you very much. OK, let's move on. Assembly Member Ahmed.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Deputy Mayors and the rest of the panel. You've just, Deputy Mayor Copley, spoken about how we are ending homelessness in London. Could you tell us what consideration have you given to a housing first approach?
Thank you very much, Assembly Member. Housing First, I think, is very, very important. I think it sits as part of a suite of and a range of supported housing measures. One of the ways in which we have put Housing First into place already is through our SHAP programme. We've funded Housing First schemes through that. Also, as part of our Homes Off the Streets programme, previously known as Clearinghouse, which provides move-on accommodation for former rough sleepers. At the moment, Clearinghouse provides support for low and medium needs rough sleepers, but we're looking whether, as part of the expansion of formerly Clearinghouse, now Homes Off the Streets, we can have an element of Housing First as part of that as well. But what I would stress is that, Housing First works really well for a particular cohort of rough sleepers. It's not right for all rough sleepers, and that's why it's important that we have a range of supported housing and different kinds of move-on accommodation.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. One of the challenges that's been noted with the single homelessness accommodation programme is the challenge for supported and specialist housing providers due to limitations around revenue funding. How will the next Affordable Homes programme support this provision of necessary housing?
Thank you for that. Yes, so in terms of supported housing, the Social and Affordable Homes programme will be the programme that provides that. I think you're absolutely right to talk about the importance of revenue funding. That's something we're still in discussions with the government with. We have always stressed, continuously, that it is very, very difficult, if not impossible, for providers to actually provide supported housing without that revenue element. It's why, for homes off the streets, we have tenancy support teams, which go around and help people, which is provided through revenue support. So, yes, it's something we continue to make the case to government for.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. That is the end of my questions, but I hope you appreciated the fact that I didn't shout at you, make a speech or rant at you. Thank you.
We didn't even talk over each other.
Marina wants a job too, and nobody paid any attention.
Moving on to Assembly Member Garbett.
Just briefly, I want to return to accessible housing and how it falls between the gaps between you two with the kind of planning and housing. It feels like when I talk to you about it, Deputy Mayor Copley, it's around kind of grant levels and that it can be solved through planning. And then, Jules, I'm not sure how the mechanism within the London plan is really delivering the accessible, affordable homes we need. So I just wanted to see if there was a way in the new London plan to make sure a significant proportion of the new wheelchair user homes are delivered at social rent, because that is the need that we're really hearing, that accessible, affordable homes.
We can certainly have a look further at that. Currently, we're working with internal colleagues kind of in across the GLA to look at what more we can do, because I think, data was cited earlier. I think there is also an enforcement kind of challenge, perhaps potentially, which we need to understand a bit more. That responsibility lies with local planning authorities. We don't have the locus, but we're looking at working with boroughs to see if there is something kind of we can do on that. But happy to have a look further at kind of whether there could be a kind of more explicit linkage with social rent.
Yeah, and we can have a discussion about how it's delivered through, whether it's through planning or whether it's through its kind of grant requirements.
Yeah.
That would be brilliant. Because I think this is the bind that we kept getting into, and Inclusion London and other disabled groups have really raised it. It's that link between accessible and affordable homes. And if we could just tighten up that, that requirement within the London plan and deliver that, that would be brilliant. So, yeah, thank you.
Assembly Member Cooper.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning, panel. Just slipping in there at 1 minute to 12. Just before I come to the main topic that I want to address with Jules, I just wondered if I could ask Deputy Mayor Tom Copley. We had a long discussion earlier on about accessibility of housing, and I think a lot of people with disabilities would actually rather stay where they are. Is lobbying the government for a greater money going into the DFG, the Disabled Facilities Grant budget, something that would appeal to people in you and the rest of your team? I know it's not a budget that we handle, but I do think that's a way of really addressing need for people with particular requirements.
I mean, I think we'd have to take that away and consider it. Perhaps we could have a chat about it, Leonie.
Really like to have a conversation about that. Thanks very much. Jules, I just wanted to ask you, obviously one of the things that, where we're talking about this gap between current levels of delivery and how we move to 88,000 a year, which is a pretty big step up, one of the requirements is going to be about speed. So how will the London plan ensure that sustainable and swift methods of construction are used? And I'm obviously very interested in the combination of both of those things.
Thank you, Assembly Member, for that. Obviously, like the previous London plan, the next London plan will contain policies seeking to ensure that buildings are energy efficient, reduce the amount of carbon emissions from the building materials and the processes that are used to actually construct them, as well as the other suite of policies that you would expect about green infrastructure, maintaining the urban greening factor, and so on. You know, there'll be issues around sustainable urban drainage that we want to make sure are brought forward, and circular economies maintained, and obviously air quality will continue to be a major issue. Clearly, modular building could play a role in that. It's been very difficult, though, not least, again, this comes back to the overall downturn, that the investment in modular building and factories to do the modules, whether they are complete modular sections or they're just modular pods like kitchens and bathrooms, that then to justify that investment, the developers need to do them at volume. And with the downturn over the last 2 years, you know, we have seen factories that had been set up by some of the biggest house builders in London that have since closed because they're just not produced. They just not. There aren't the developments at volume.
You've got to have a flow of work to justify putting money in and keeping a factory open.
But certainly the policy and principle will still be there.
Can I ask you very specifically about the use of timber in construction? I mean, DEFRA is talking about working on the forestry side and saying that there should be, forests should be used for some economic purpose. Is that something that you'll be looking at? Because obviously, you know, modular, off-site and timber framed properties can be built very quickly. And in Scotland, I understand that 90% of all new builds are now timber framed. Is that a direction that we might go in? Because we could build a lot faster.
There's been plenty of research and evaluation within the built environment sector that's been looking at that, and a lot of it's been academic studies and government reports, but obviously there are a number of architects out there, practices who are actively pushing for this. Clearly, we do have a restriction on the use of combustible materials in facades and the external walls, but there aren't any such barriers about using them in timber framing, and we're hoping to kind of make that clearer going forward to people so there's less confusion about, you know, what materials are preferred and not preferred in a kind of dense built environment like London. And finally, there's been a lot of GLA-led good growth by design research that's been about towards net zero 2030, and there's been case studies about exemplary buildings, for example.
Okay, so we will be clarifying that the use of structural timber going forward in the new London plan is something that we would welcome because of all the climate benefits that we get from it, the embodied carbon, much lower embodied carbon.
I would expect that to be the case.
You would expect, okay, I'm obviously not asking you to write to the London plan this morning. Okay, that's great. Just finally, a point on the green belt. You've had a couple of interesting exchanges, and it's great that we can speak without speaking over each other. I know that's something that obviously previous Assembly member Deputy Mayor Copley has enjoyed so far this morning. But on the issue of the green belt and high-rise versus mid-rise versus low-rise and low density, does it not mean that less greenbelt would be used if we go for slightly higher density? I don't think high-rise would be appropriate. But mid-rise, as you were saying, that's more dense, wouldn't less hectares be used if we go in that direction?
That is exactly the point I was trying to make, Assembly Member.
Right, OK. I just wanted to clarify that that was indeed the case.
Obviously, you could take that to ridiculous lengths and build 30 or 40 stories and really minimise it, but clearly that is not acceptable, and that's clearly what we have not been promoting. The idea has been 5, 6 stories and to alleviate the take of Greenbelt.
Sure, well, it seems to have worked quite well for Paris, but apart from the Montparnasse Tower, but we won't go there. Thank you very much, Chair.
Assembly Member Arani.
Thank you, Chair. Now, some of our key partners in London, such as the NHS, regularly mention recruitment and retention being an issue just because of the costs of housing in London far higher compared to other parts of the country. Now, you've already mentioned, Deputy Mayor Tom Copley, in an early response about the key worker living rent scheme, and I understand the consultation launched in November, so just last month. Can you give us a bit of an update on what you envisage this delivering for our key workers in London?
Thank you very much, Assembly Member Hirani. So yes, homes for intermediate rent play a really, really important role in meeting the needs of Londoners who, struggle to cover the cost of renting privately, wouldn't qualify for a social rented property, and certainly can't afford to buy. And many of London's key workers, like NHS workers, would fall into that category. So we've worked with the NHS and other organisations to come up with the new key worker living rent products that you mentioned. The consultation is finished. We're hoping to launch this very, very soon. And this will be a new form of tenure with rent based on key worker incomes. We've got a target, the Mayor's got a target of starting 6,000 of these by 2030. And we want this to be a really significant part of our new social and affordable homes programme.
So once these homes are built, are you considering having some sort of central database so that key workers can look up and hospital organisations or NHS organisations can look up where some of these homes might be available for interested staff?
So, in general, the homes will be listed on the Homes for Londoners portal alongside the other intermediate homes that we have. But, of course, in the case where, let's say, an NHS organisation or hospital develops its own key worker living rent products, they would be the sort of nominating, authority for those ones. But in general, it would be the Homes for Londoners portal.
Right, and actually linked to that point, I'm probably going to turn to Deputy Mayor Jules Pike, because are there any ongoing conversations happening with Foundation Trusts, for example, where large amounts of land is sort of held by NHS organisations on how they can contribute on this planning system?
Yes, there are certain big sites within central London which we do engage with the NHS, yeah.
Okay, and on a separate issue, so this is an issue I raised at Mayor's Question Time around gambling establishments in London and how there needed to be a positive outlet for organisations that might be wanting to implement or introduce something that's more of a public health benefit, such as libraries, gyms, leisure centres or healthy food establishments. Now, I understand the planning limitations, but I thank you, Deputy Mayor, for actually following that Mayor's question time, and we did meet and I did put the case to you. So can you give us an update in terms of your thinking now in the London plan, and whether we can insert something which allows local authorities to give due consideration if outlets want to offer something that offers a public health benefit?
I can assure you that following that meeting, the ideas are in the mix, and we're actively looking at that. But I can't really give an update today about the likelihood of whether we will be able to successfully formulate a policy that will be able to deliver exactly what's wanted. But we are working on it.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Assembly Member Prince.
Good afternoon. Deputy Mayor Pipe. Sorry, you're going to have a crick in your neck answering my questions. I've been banished to the far left, which is rather a strange place to find myself, but there we are. Self-inflicted, perhaps, yes. Thank you. I hardly think so. Deputy Mayor, do you accept that in regards to the London plan, it should really recognise that there are different requirements for outer London, that all, there's not a fit-all solution when it comes to planning and the London plan. But before I allow you to answer that question, can I just give an example? In my ward, actually, where I'm a councillor, the council proposing to build a new SEND school. You have actually commented on it. In fact, you've actually objected to it on a number of grounds. The issue, though, is twofold. One, I think you're absolutely correct, because you've said it's being built on a school's playing field, and you've quite rightly said that there should be a replacement for that loss of amenity. But in the parking plan, you've actually tried to get the number of spaces reduced, but this is an SEND school, and I think the London plan needs to reflect the special needs of that school or schools across the city, because whilst it may not be they need parking, they do need somewhere for the parents to stop and drop off their children. In this instance, the children, many of them are not very mobile, so I really would appreciate if you could look at it from an angle of drop-off facility, not parking, because we understand what you're trying to do there, but giving more capacity for them to have a drop-off ability, and that also the impact that will have on the local roads, because actually on the same in the same road opposite, there was an application by a developer which the council itself refused, simply because of the increase in traffic, and this will have an enormous increase in traffic because it's 300 capacity, and most of those will have to be brought in either by coach or by private transport. I'll send you the details, but the principle I'm asking you to comment on. And also there's another issue in Redbridge, the other borough that I represent, where there's a development. Most people accept that this development on a place called New Point, which is an industrial estate, but people seem to accept that housing would be a better use of that land. But TfL are objecting to the fact that the access and egress is coming from the A12, which is the main, I'm sure you would know the A12 from your previous life. And the alternative would mean that it'd have to run through a whole warren of private housing, and which are little cul-de-sacs, and really would be a lot of inconvenience and, in fact, a bit of a nightmare, really, for those residents. So, I mean, is that something that you can look at?
I can't answer on the particular planning applications now, but happy to take those away. And obviously the Chief Planner is here as well. We can take those specific ones away, particularly on the Sen School and the access to a potential development off of the A12. And we can, I would have to, because I could be potentially a decision maker on those two schemes, obviously I'll have to ask Lucinda to respond on my behalf with the factuals around that. On the question about you had about the kind of there are differences in place, I absolutely agree, and it's not a one size fits all. And there will be existing developments in the Greenbelt which are very low density, and no one is saying there should be cliff edges and they should be all hemmed in with six stories. But there are, it would be about proper town planning that actually respects what is currently there, and working with the grain of the natural environment. But also, a lot of these places that will be considered are currently inaccessible. They're not appreciated by the public.
A reform, they're not getting a minute extra, but a reform are out of time.
All right.
Can you follow up in terms, because I thought we were getting interesting issues. No disrespect, I didn't want to cut you off.
Sorry, Chair, I didn't hear you. Sorry.
But can you share that answer in a written response as well and copy it to all the Assembly members? Yeah.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, right. We're still carrying on. Assembly Member Mohima.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to all of you. My question is around leasehold. I asked the Mayor at the last session he was at here about the issues that leaseholders across London are facing. So I would like to start with you, Deputy Mayor Copley, how you're using the GLA's powers to ensure that leaseholders are treated fairly over the long term, and particularly when, in light of the upcoming 10-year AHP, when affordable housing products are impacted by service charges, or those who are, for example, in shared ownership and looking to staircase. And I would also appreciate your thoughts on extending some of those protections, what the GLA is doing to look at transparency for tenants, social tenants in particular, that pay service charges.
Thank you very much, Assembly Member Moema. Well, of course, the GLA has no actual powers over leasehold, but we have used our affordable housing funding programmes to promote best practice. So it was London that led the way with our affordable homes programme in terms of mandating 990-year leases on shared ownership, for providing mandating that key information packs are provided to shared owners in order that they are absolutely clear about what they are entering into. We also, of course, have the Mayor's Service Charges Charter, which is all about encouraging best practice amongst our delivery partners. But as I say, we do not, of course, have the power over leasehold. That sits with the government. And I'm very, very pleased that the government are pressing ahead with reform of the outdated and feudal leasehold system, and that we're getting closer now to the introduction of the common hold tenure, and hopefully soon with the publication of a bill introducing common hold reform by the end of this Parliament.
Thank you. And so I appreciate that the GLA doesn't have power over service charges and so on, but I think, to my mind, and maybe the report that we published earlier this year, well, recently, but the inquiry that we did at the end of last year says, although we don't, the GLA doesn't have power necessarily, it does have mechanisms, a primary one being the Affordable Homes Programme and the kind of, if you like, the buffers around that. I would imagine, but I don't know for sure, that there might be some levers within the planning process, and the London plan provides an opportunity. We had Fiona, I forgot her name, sorry. We had the former G15 chair come along, Fiona Fletcher-Smith, there you go, who came along and was talking about designing out some of the issues that arise perhaps 5-10 years after a scheme is completed. And that is something which I think, if there is a mechanism to look at how we might control those issues. I think for Londoners, the main issue really is so much more acute than the rest of the country. We've got 94% of new homes being flats and masonettes in the capital, and 36% of leasehold of homes in London are leasehold, more than double the national average. So I think I would want to see from the Housing and Land team a bit more rowing in of proactivity of that message that the Mayor set out last time he was here, to say that he was absolutely understood the fact that leaseholders are being price gouged. They are having real issues. And in terms of the sales market in London, it's gumming up the market because, frankly, no lender is going to lend on a property whose service charge is uncapped and is upwards of £10,000–12,000 a year for a 2- or 3-bedroom flat. So I just wonder, in the planning of the new programmes, what additional steps have been taken whilst we wait for Common Hold to come in and see those reforms being enacted by the government.
Thank you, Assembly Member Moema. In terms of the next programme, once again, our partners will be expected to sign up to the Mayor's Service Charges Charter. And you mentioned the issue of designing out or designing down service charges, which is really, really important. There's a whole section in the Charter on designing down service charges. So, making sure you're not installing the cheapest lifts to bring down the cost of the building initially, but then creating more costs across the lifetime of the building, which will be borne by leaseholders. So, I do think that's already contained in the Charter. I think, genuinely one of the issues that we have is, although we expect partners to sign up to it and it encourages best practice, unfortunately, it's not an enforceable document. And these are national issues that do need to be dealt with at a national level. But the Mayor will always be a champion for leaseholders, and he'll always be a champion for the introduction of Common Hold as a tenure.
Thank you for that. Deputy Mayor Pipe, if I could come to you next. The new London plan, are you able to share any thoughts on how it would encourage development of homes with a longer lifespan and reduced maintenance, as Deputy Mayor Copley has alluded to reduce the costs of service charges? In our scrutiny, we heard from Fiona and others how instances of, for example, really, really good public landscaping and public realm, which had been intended to be adopted by a local authority, then wasn't able to be because of expense and understandable issues they had with staffing and so on. And so those people who had bought into a new scheme were left with an uncapped and kind of ongoing cost that they hadn't factored into their affordability.
Yeah, affordability of any facilities that get designed in absolutely needs to be taken into account at the outset in design. Certainly the big one is energy efficiency, and a lot of thought needs to be put into that in terms of not just design of insulation and the thermal efficiency of the building, but also the nature of heating and the debate between the latest technology versus district heating systems, and particularly what some of those district heating systems can be dependent on in terms of burning rubbish for energy and how sustainable that is. So all that needs to be factored in. The plan would expect design to be durable, both in terms of physical design, but also the materials used and their longevity. I think generally buildings need to be designed with flexibility in mind, so that they can be adapted for long-term use rather than, and so therefore avoid demolition. and the energy, waste of energy and carbon that would involve. And I think crucially, stepping back on the bigger picture, I suppose really just understanding the whole life cycle carbon of developments, so you can minimise the maintenance, the repair, the replacement, and then that will all inform. And of course, that's what the previous plan did about collating all that information. So then that would help specify buildings in the future. And I think we're kind of on the cusp now, finally, of actually putting sort of effectively carbon budgets on, per square metre on buildings. We could be on the cusp of that. A lot of people asked for it in the last London plan, but there wasn't the evidence base. I mean, we are perhaps closer with the evidence base to delivering that.
Thank you. And then my final question, back to you, Deputy Mayor Copley, is obviously we as members and you welcome and push for Common Hold to be introduced and for that to come quickly, ideally much earlier than the government has proposed, but any change is a welcome change, I think, as far as leaseholders are concerned. But one of the areas that we looked at in that session and in the development of that report was around, if you like, a bit of a caveat emptor situation, that there would be greater control for those people that lived in those flats. That doesn't necessarily translate to lower costs in terms of maintenance or running those buildings. So one area of concern would be for leaseholders, existing leaseholders, seeing a drop in the value of their homes once Common Hold became a default tenure. Because leasehold would no longer be an attractive form of ownership, and the impact that might have on the broader London housing market in terms of negative equity. What your thoughts are, or any mitigations might be available to avoid a further slowdown in the market?
The Assembly member will be aware that under current proposals, the transition from leasehold to common hold will automatically apply to new build flats only. So there are going to be a significant number of legacy leasehold properties remaining in the market initially, resulting in those two tenures remaining side by side. I think there are challenges on speculating on future impacts in respect of property values, and I don't think that there's any evidence to suggest there'll be a market-wide crash or slowdown. For example, it may well take common hold a while to bed in, and for market actors such as mortgage lenders and valuers to have confidence in common hold. So I don't think we've got any evidence, certainly at this stage, that there would be a drop in value of leasehold properties. And certainly, lease. As I say, it would be. It would only be, new properties coming onto the market. So there would be a huge number of leasehold properties, certainly initially, remaining in the market.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Assembly Member Garbett.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Pipe, just to be crystal clear on the draft London plan, previously it was going to be released in March. I think earlier you said it's May. So I just wanted to, I've heard from a lot of organisations trying to plan their work programmes and Londoners interested in hearing when it's going to come out. So I just wondered if you could be really clear on the timeline, where people can keep updated, and if you're going to inform people who submitted a consultation response so far.
Very quick answer, please.
I think it's been on the website for quite some time that it would be May, but it is definitely May. It's after the election, local elections, yeah.
Thanks to all. We've now reached that moment in time where people might be happy or not. We've reached the end of the question and answer session. Thank you to our guests for answering the questions, and you're welcome to leave. Thank you. We sadly can't leave. We've got a few more bits and pieces to do. Can I ask the Assembly to agree the motion set out on the agenda in my name, namely that the Assembly notes the answers to the questions asked? Now, will the Assembly agree to suspend Standing Orders 2.9a in accordance with the provisions of Standing Orders 1.1h in order to allow the remaining business on the agenda to be completed? Agreed. Thank you. I now would like to propose that the Assembly now adjourn for 45 minutes and returns at 1:15 p.m. before continuing with the remaining business on the agenda. Are the Assembly members in agreement? I now declare this part of the meeting closed. the meeting. I'm going to, due to some logistic issues with some papers that members need to have in front of them, adjourn this second part of this meeting for a further 7 minutes. Thank you. In accordance with Standing Orders 4.28 and following the discussion with Assembly Party groups, I've agreed to vary the time limits for speeches for the remainder of this meeting so that the mover of the motion and amendment may speak up to 3 minutes. The seconder of the motion and amendment may speak up to 2 minutes. Any other speeches may last for up to 2 minutes. Let's move then to the first motion for this afternoon. It's in the name of Assembly Member Baker.
Thank you, Chair. This motion is about Listen for Life campaign, which is an initiative led by industry and health leaders in the nighttime industry, aiming to raise awareness of the risk and impact and hearing loss as a result of music and nightlife. And music means so much to so many. Nightlife and culture provides community, escape, joy and, of course, employment for so many. But prolonged or excessive exposure can do serious damage. And I attended the launch of this campaign quite a long time earlier this year and heard some very moving and affecting testimony from musicians particularly, whose lives had been profoundly changed because of the hearing loss they had suffered through years of playing in loud clubs, basically. So I really welcome this initiative, which promotes monitoring of sound levels, hearing screening and training for staff, and the provision of appropriate protective equipment. And this is particularly important because of the numbers of young, casual and part-time workers in the sector, and a change in the culture that where we don't accept excessive noise as just part of the job could make such a difference. And I'd like to acknowledge the work done by the Nighttime Industries Association and the World Hearing Forum to set up this campaign. I'd just like to say that I know that there is an amendment in this. I think there's a little bit of a misunderstanding about the initiative and the motion. The motion asks for an endorsement from the Mayor and a commitment that the GLA events will adopt the Charter. It's a voluntary industry-led initiative. We're not asking the Mayor to mandate it. In fact, he does not obviously have the power to mandate it, but for the GLA to play their part, our part, in mitigating a serious health impact. We absolutely acknowledge the challenges in the hospitality sector. We just don't feel it's the right place to address them right now. We believe it will distract from the focus of a serious health issue and, frankly, make implementation less likely for the GLA. So I hope you can support this motion. Look forward to hearing the speeches. Goodbye.
OK, who's to second?
Yes, I'm happy to second this motion. This really affects workers in the nighttime economy who are at risk of exposure to harmful sound levels. And this shouldn't be an inevitable part of the job. Harm sound levels can cause tinnitus, hearing loss, which can have a profound effect on daily life, including difficulties with communication, social interaction, impacts on mental health and limited engagement with culture and work. And concerningly, hearing loss also increases the risk of dementia. 1 in 6 people across the UK are impacted by hearing loss. So this Listen for Life Charter, backed by the World Hearing Forum, a World Health Organisation initiative, is really welcome. And I'm pleased that the Nighttime Industries Association is working to address this issue, and these measures are backed by industry. So I strongly encourage all of us to vote for this motion unamended.
OK, we've got an amendment in the name of Assembly Member Best, seconded by Neil Garrett. Assembly Member Best.
Thank you. And I was very confused there by the movement of that, so I just want to be clear for all Assembly members what you're voting on, because Assembly Member Baker seemed to suggest this was only talking about the GLA. The asks of this is the Assembly expresses its full support for the Listen for Life campaign and encourages adoption of its charter across London's nighttime economy. The second ask is saying this Assembly encourages businesses in the sector to sign up to the Charter and implement its commitments to protect both workers and patrons. It is for those reasons that we are asking the nighttime economy to do so much that we think we have to reflect the difficult time at which the nighttime industry finds itself in. And it would be really difficult to ask that a lot of independent music venues and pubs and bars take on this commitment without acknowledging the challenges that they're going through. We really want to support the Listen to Life Charter, and we think there's a way to do that, but we think it's slightly insensitive to those businesses that are going through a very tough time to say do more without recognising the harm that they're going through and the really difficult times that they're struggling through. So we have to do both at the same time if we actually want that charter to be a success. We cannot just do one and hope it will work. So that is why we have added the amendment today. But I think on the general point, I want to be clear that we are very supportive. I've both worked in the nighttime industry and in the construction industry. If you've worked in those two industries, you'll see that there are noise levels that are very similar. However, in one industry, one is unacceptable and one is acceptable. That is something that is familiar to many Londoners. So we do support the aims. I just think it is naive to not recognise the issues that the nighttime economy is going through. And I think if we want to work with them, then we need to recognise that, whilst also hoping that they will support the Charter. But to do one and not the other, I think they would think we were slightly naive. Thank you.
Assembly Member Garrett.
Thank you. I'm delighted to second our amendment. So this motion is about supporting workers in the hospitality and nighttime industry, and Assemblymember Best has spoken very well about why protecting people's hearing is an important thing that we support. But we need to be clear that Labour's plan is to put all those people on the dole. We may soon have no nighttime economy at all, not in London or anywhere else in the land, frankly. We've seen the Labour jobs tax pushing up the cost of employing people. We have seen the minimum wage increasing, which is good news for those people who still retain their jobs, not so good news for those people whose jobs are priced out of existence. We have seen what turned out to be the great lie of the business rates relief, the business rates offer in the budget for the hospitality industry. They barely had heard the announcement and raised their glasses for one small thing, finally, positively, for their industry, when it turns out that actually they're seeing rises of 50%, 100%. One I saw was over 200% increases in business rates off the back of a Chancellor saying they were helping out. It is absolutely absurd. We are reaching the point where, because each of those costs, staff, business rates, we haven't even got to the hospitality tax and the new employment regulations that Labour are bringing in, each one of those costs has to be added to the price of a drink, added to the price of a meal, and eventually, and probably quite soon, the extra cost of the drink and the extra cost of the meal will be higher than people can afford to pay. And then very quickly, all of those people lose their jobs, all of those venues close, our entire thriving nighttime economy in London just collapses and disappears. And so I do think it's a bit rich for Labour to come here posing as the friend of an industry that they are destroying. So I support protecting people's hearing. I also support protecting hospitality, and I really would like to see Labour doing that as well. Thank you, Chair.
OK, open for debate. Assembly Member Boff.
My original instinct for this motion was this is just another thing in all this hubbub. This is just another thing that we're putting on businesses to comply with. And then when it gets really, really quiet, the tinnitus kicks in, and I am reminded of why I am supportive of taking these precautions for those people like myself who had to work in noisy environments. I do, however, support the amendment most enthusiastically. It would be ridiculous for us to talk about the nighttime industries without recognising that this is a cultural emergency. The cultural life in London is at risk from government decisions and from the lacklustre support that the Mayor has given towards the nighttime economy and the wider culture. So I support the amendment most enthusiastically.
OK, I don't see any other members wishing to take part in the debate. I'm going to go up. I'm going to go to Assembly Member Best to sum up on the amendment, and then I'll move to Ellie Baker to sum up on the motion.
Thanks, Chair. I don't think much summing up is needed here, but I really hope that the amendment is accepted as a helpful amendment and not a threat to the original motion.
Assembly Member Baker.
Thanks. Yeah, just briefly. Unfortunately, I think that the speeches confirmed my concern that it would take away from the issue that's actually being raised. I'd just like to emphasise that this is an industry-led initiative that is identifying areas of support that businesses who are interested in protecting their staff and punters can access, that the launch was full of nighttime economy businesses, and I think it would be bizarre to support a campaign without asking the Mayor and the GLA to say, we think it's a good thing, we think you should look at this. This is industry-led, we're supporting them, and we have to continue to support the health and safety of Londoners at the same time. So I really hope you'll see your way to supporting the motion, but we continue to oppose the amendment.
OK, those in favour of the amendment, please show.
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 in favour, Chair. 10 in favour of the amendment. Against?
There's the reformers.
I'm sorry. My apologies. Can I recall when you're voting over there?
No.
Right.
For the
Members, apologies. Can we have votes in favour of the amendment? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That's 12 in favour. Can I have votes against, please, members? That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 against. That is carried. The amendment is carried. Can we now see votes in favour of the motion as now amended? That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That's 12-4 as amended. Can I see votes against that, please? There are no votes against. The motion as amended is carried.
OK, let's move on to the next motion, which is, which one? It's 3.2. There is an alteration that you need to take into account. That's in the paperwork. And then we've also got an amendment in the name of Neil Garrett and Andrew Boff. So let's move on in terms of the motion that's in the name of Assemblymember Cooper.
Thank you very much, Chair. We face a climate emergency, and the cost of tackling that emergency is already here. Wildfires are increasingly routine in London. Before the pandemic in 2019, there were 86 wildfires across London. In the first 8 months of this year alone, the fire brigade attended 121 wildfires, deploying 4,022 personnel and spending over £750,000 so far in this year alone. Since 2018, London has faced 808 wildfires, costing the LFB more than £5.4 million to respond to these fires. Flooding, which isn't even technically a responsibility of the fire brigade, is surging as well. The LFB has already responded to 195 weather-related flooding incidents in 2025, costing more than £500,000 to date in this year alone. Taken together, dealing with flooding and wildfires, London alone in this country has spent over £11 million in recent years just responding to these two types of climate-driven emergencies, not including the millions more in damages to homes, businesses and public services and extra use of the NHS. This is not a warning of what climate change will do in the future. This is what it is doing to London today. We are spending millions of pounds and deploying thousands of frontline staff just to keep Londoners safe in extreme heat and in the flooding that is now happening every year. I'm proud that the Mayor continues to be the greenest Mayor that London has ever seen, commissioning the landmark Climate Resilience Review, planting more than 570,000 trees, investing in sustainable urban drainage, and TfL is ahead of its own programme on that, and launching a new plan of action for extreme heat on top of London's strengthened flood response system. But continued and urgent investment is needed. So some may deny the science, they may call for delay, they may say we cannot afford to take action. I've brought this motion today to show we cannot afford to do nothing. From greener streets to cooler homes to sustainable drainage, London needs sustained investment in climate resilience, or the long-term bill for Londoners and for our public services will continue to massively climb. And I understand that there are some amendments to this motion, which I've seen, and I would ask you to vote against the amendments and to support the motion as it stands, as it was submitted originally. Thank you.
Assembly Member Mahfouz.
I second and reserve the right to speak.
Okay, let's move to the amendment in the name of Neil Garrett, is it? Yeah, Assembly Member Garrett.
So what we've just heard from Assembly Member Cooper, I think is quite unfortunate. So she's spoken about the way, for example, hotter summers, and that we need this is a thing that is already happening. We've heard from the Fire Brigade just this week the impact this is having, for example, on grass fires in the summer. What our amendment does is recognise that simply shouting at the sky is not going to solve this problem. There are real practical impacts of hotter summers in particular, and I want to draw your attention in particular to two of those. Firstly, air conditioning in new flats. So the Mayor's London plan appears to propose a 19th century solution, which is simply ventilation, to a 21st century problem of hotter summers. What our amendment is proposing is that we drag ourselves from the 19th century into the 21st century, enable air conditioning in new flats, stop making it some sort of bizarre Luddite manifesto, recognise that as we get hotter, particularly for people in flats, where we have fewer people living in homes with gardens where they can go and touch grass, literally lie on the grass in a hot day. You can't do that if you're in a flat. Air conditioning needs to be included. And the same issue is for bus drivers. And you'll be aware that I've raised this point repeatedly, directly with the Mayor, with the TfL Commissioner, and frankly anyone who will listen. Air conditioning in cars has been around for decades. It's not a luxury. In 2025, it's just a basic requirement in very hot weather for people working, remember, as bus drivers on hot days. It is unsafe when the temperatures in the cab are reaching 40 degrees. We need a commitment from the Mayor that every London bus will have fitted and working air conditioning in the cab to keep the driver safe and cool and able to concentrate on their job in hot weather. These are two, for my mind, of the key requirements that we need to mitigate changing climate. And I'm very disappointed that Labour appear not to think that either of these two things is important, and they intend to vote against them. That's very disappointing. Thank you, Chair.
Assembly Member Boff.
I'd like to second formally and reserve my right.
Okay, open for debate. Anyone else wish to contribute? If not, I'm going to go back to Assembly.
Boff is keen to come in.
Sorry?
Back to me. Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, back to you then. Let's go back to you, and then we'll bring in Assembly Member Mahfouz.
It seems bizarre that we would effectively be proposing a motion to resolve the problem of urban heating without taking into account the very positive contribution that green areas place to that. If you look, the Mayor is very happy when he comes back from his C40 trips abroad, burning up loads of air fuel in the process. And he always says what a marvellous organisation the C40 is. So I thought for the Environment Committee the other day, I'd go through and have a look at what other cities are doing with regard to green spaces. So members of the C40, like Paris, for example, in their local urban plan, they're increasing protected green spaces. In Bogota, they are increasing green spaces. In Rio de Janeiro, they're increasing the quality and quantity of green spaces. In Rome, they're constructing new green areas. In Lima, they are conserving and managing green areas. In order to fight urban heating, all these cities want to increase and protect green spaces. Why is it that the Mayor, backed by Reform, wants to build on them? Why does he want to build on them? And for as long as we lose green spaces, and that very important green space that is Green Belt, I think we should include that in any reference to urban heating. Otherwise, you're completely missing the greatest contribution there will be to keeping us cool. Thank you.
Assembly Member Mahfouz.
Thank you, Chair. And I stand here just pondering, because actually the motion amendment that I've seen before me hasn't really been referenced in the speeches that we've just heard from the other side. What they have basically been putting in their amendment is to say that this mayor, the mayor who unquestionably has the strongest green credentials of any
Can
mayor
we just check that Assembly Member Mahfouz has the correct
which
amendment?
they opposed every single step that he took. And they are saying in their amendments that actually that we're not going to achieve the ambition of net zero, the ambitions that we have for 2030. And yet this Conservative Party sitting here clearly have no understanding of what's going on nationally, because their national leader has not only given up on any targets for 2030, she's just given up on their targets for net zero, full stop. That Conservative Party doesn't care about the climate. They are the climate deniers. This lot, you need to wake up and find out, work out that your party has left you behind. But look, the reality is that this is actually an existential crisis that Londoners and the world is facing. And that's why we tabled this motion here today, because we don't have the time to mess about. We do need to push on with this. And it's affecting Londoners in the way that in July 2021, we had 2 serious flash floods in just 2 weeks apart in southwest London. A month's worth of rain fell in 1 hour. Homes were flooded by rainwater and sewage. Businesses were forced to close. The city was ground to a halt as roads and tube stations were impacted. Some hospital wards were evacuated, and losses were estimated to be over £100 million in insurance claims alone. And of course, whilst we're suffering here, I remember very vividly landing in Madrid on a very rainy day, but actually not so far from where I was. The horrors of Valencia playing out on the screens, where 230 people across Valencia lost their lives there. And of course, we see it in Sri Lanka and elsewhere in Southeast Asia now. So, Mr. Mayor, sorry, Chair, just ask you to support this amendment. This motion. This motion.
There's no other speakers. Assembly Member Garrett to sum up on the amendment. Yep.
Well, I think the first thing I would say that Assemblymember Mahfouz appears to have the wrong paperwork in front of him. We did adjourn so the Labour group would have the right paperwork. He appears to be talking about a different. Amendment. The two specific issues that I raised, about air conditioning to protect the working environment for bus drivers in London is in the amendment, and I spoke about it in my speech, and not one person from Labour even had the respect for our bus drivers even to address that. And I spoke about air conditioning in flats and how a 19th century of merely ventilation is not going to solve a 21st problem of ever hotter summers. And no one from Labour appears to be interested in that either. So I don't know whether they have the wrong paperwork or the wrong idea or simply no idea at all. But I really feel disappointed that no one from Labour seems able to support our really excellent amendment.
Yeah. Thank you for that. Assembly Member Cooper to sum up the motion.
I mean, it is astonishing, really, isn't it? No, we do have your amendment in front of us, and I absolutely endorse everything that Assemblymember Mahfouz has just said, that you are introducing topics in your speeches that are nothing to do with what is written down in front of us. And frankly, and I don't often get annoyed about this, but it's completely insulting to suggest that the chair of the Transport Committee, Assemblymember Baker, has not taken up the issue of every single aspect of bus drivers' working terms and conditions. Many of us have been to bus garages and met and spoken to bus drivers about this. So that is just the biggest load of rubbish, Assemblymember Garrett, I've heard in a long time. In terms of building standards, one of the things that has been addressed in the London Plan, and we were able to talk to the Deputy Mayor earlier on today, is the whole business of fabric first and the construction methods that you're using. So expensive aircon, is that the way that we really should be going? And of course that adds yet another burden to the energy systems. So trying to do something to keep buildings cool and constructing them properly so that they don't need air conditioning, or if they do it minimally, you know, that's the way that the Mayor and the current London plan, and hopefully the new London plan, will be building on it. And to listen to Assemblymember Boff, absolutely respect what you're saying about London being green. That is one of the really important things that the Mayor has been trying to do, is to make sure that there is green in the most depleted areas of London, which isn't necessarily the areas with the green belt. No, it's central London, it's inner London, and making sure that we have more trees, and we have more trees than most cities. And TfL being ahead on its SUDS programme, its Sustainable Urban Drainage programme, is absolutely critical for overall reducing the urban heat island effect for the whole of the city. You know, you are posing and also, if you'd really wanted us to accept your amendment, not writing it in such an insulting way would have meant that we might have thought about accepting some of the points that you're making. But you've written it in such a childish way that none of us were prepared to accept it. Please reject the amendment and vote for the motion. Thank you.
Right, those in favour of the amendment, please show.
Votes for the amendment. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 votes in favour, Chair.
Those against, please show.
Against the amendment, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's 10 against. The amendment falls, Chair. I think 12. 12, apologies. 12 votes against, Chair. The amendment falls.
OK, those in favour of the motion? Unamended. Please show.
Those in favour of the motion is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. That's 14 for the motion. Can I see those votes against, please? That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's 8 votes against. The motion is passed in its original form. I know, I did count them. That was in the 8. Yeah.
OK, right, let's move on. 3-3. Right, so listen up. The amendment on this bit has been withdrawn, and if you read the alteration, it's been incorporated into the original motion, and it's fairly clear and plain. So, Assemblymember Wilson to move.
Sorry,
sorry.
Sorry, it is an amendment, Chair. That's my fault.
Sorry.
Assemblymember Cooper to...
Oh, sorry.
That's my fault. There were 2 amendments. It's actually turned into 1.
Sorry, there is an amendment.
Apologies.
So, original.
The amendment is in the name of... The original motion is in the name of Assemblymember Cooper to move.
Apologies. Assemblymember Cooper.
I mean, after all, Assemblymember Wilson and I did used to sit next to each other. We're now separated by many colleagues. We're obviously interchangeable as far as the chair is concerned, or perhaps, hopefully not. I wanted to bring this motion today. I know we don't all agree with each other, and we've just shown exactly that, but we've managed to do it in a respectful way. Free speech is the cornerstone of a healthy democracy. It allows us to challenge each other, to challenge ideas, to scrutinise decisions and represent the diverse voices of this great city of London. And London thrives because we are open and tolerant. We must also be clear that supporting free speech cannot mean tolerating hate speech, nor does it mean turning a blind eye to disinformation and fake news, which seems to be poisoning a lot of social media and our democratic discourse. In recent years, we've seen a really worrying increase in both fake news and disinformation. We have met statistics that show that incidents of anti-Semitism and Islamophobia, and I know we're going to be discussing Islamophobia shortly, have increased very significantly in recent years. At the same time, disinformation is also increasing, particularly on social media, and fueling it. An Ofcom study from last year found that 4 in 10 UK adults encountered misinformation in the past month, with over 70% seeing it on social media. We've also seen a worrying rise in threats and abuse of elected representatives. We not excluded from that, but obviously, you know, we've actually seen a couple of MPs being murdered. A recent report found that 96% of MPs have experienced abuse or intimidation, and that's not just online, obviously, and I'm sure almost everyone else in this chamber has, and I know some people who have spoken about it very movingly. We must guard against this poisoning of public debate while definitely supporting that we must be able to debate. We must treat each other with tolerance and respect, especially when we strongly disagree, which we will continue to do so. London must continue to be a place that welcomes all of us. This motion calls on every single one of us in this chamber to champion free speech while condemning hate speech and disinformation. It calls on the Mayor to continue his work promoting London as a city of openness and respect. It calls on the Metropolitan Police to focus on tackling hate crimes, ensuring that those who seek to intimidate or harm others are held accountable. This motion is about protecting the values that makes London strong. It is about ensuring that free speech remains a force for good and that we don't have smokescreens for hate speech and intimidation created from it. I urge all members to support this motion and reaffirm our commitment to free speech. Thank you very much.
Okay, Assembly Member Ahmed to second.
Thank you, Chair. As Assembly Member Cooper has already outlined, our ancient right of free speech is vital to our open democratic society. Free speech is also a London value. London is a diverse city. It remains open and welcoming to all, particularly under this Mayor. And I'm proud of the Mayor's work to promote this, despite the less tolerant environment we seem to sadly have moved into. Unfortunately, because of the actions of a minority, we've seen a rise in hate speech, disinformation and abuse of elected representatives in recent years. And as Assembly Member Cooper has shown, that has also led, sadly, to the murder of 2 MPs. Too many Londoners are facing hate speech and not feeling like they belong in our city. That's why we must do more to create an environment in which free speech and open debate can flourish. But the limits and safeguards of this are understood. I thank Assembly Member Cooper for bringing this motion and I encourage this Assembly to support it. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, so we now turn to the altered amendment in the name of Assembly Member Wilson and seconded by Assembly Member Prince.
Thank you, Chair and colleagues. As the original motion states, free speech is indeed the cornerstone of a healthy democracy. It means the right to say things that some people agree with. It also means the right to say things that some people might disagree with. It does not, however, mean the right to incite hatred and violence, and in that we are agreed. I thank Assembly Member Cooper for mentioning the most significant outbreak of hate that we've seen in the past 2 years, that is the rising tide of anti-Semitism on London streets. But it's a bit rich for Labour to be complaining about that, given it's their Mayor and the Met Commissioner who have allowed this to flourish, and both of whom we've seen exchanges in this very chamber where both of them refuse to even acknowledge some aspects of it, let alone tackle it. Now, a lot of terms get bandied around quite liberally by people who really should know better. Hate speech, disinformation, far right, fascist. Without any justification whatsoever, it's my party that is on the receiving end of most of these slurs. But let's face the facts. Let's look at those facts in detail. It's not reform that has allowed marches on London streets calling for the eradication of the world's only Jewish state. It's not reform that has encouraged bullying and intimidation of venues to cancel events like our Christmas party in Croydon we were supposed to be having tonight. It's not reform that's scrapping trial by jury, and it's not reform that's cancelling elections. It would be nice if colleagues could reflect that. That's why we're tabling our amendment instead. We do believe that hate and incitement are wrong and should be tackled, but we also believe that all crime is wrong, and the police should be tackling all crime, crime against the person, crime against property. That's what they should be doing. Thank you.
Assembly Member Prince.
Thank you, Chair. I second and reserve my right to reply. Thank you.
Okay, it's now open to debate. I've seen Assembly Member Bakari.
Thank you. We'll be supporting the original motion and supporting the Mayor's open campaign. As a Muslim woman on the London Assembly, my daily reality is a torrent of vile messages on my social media. I'm just going to have to give you a few examples, which I don't really want to do, but it gives you a taste. Muslims are cancer. Goat rapists. Deport, deport, deport. You'll be on a plane before too long. Hashtag remigration, get out of my country. Islam and its teachings have no place in the West. Take your backward religion, get out of my country. The only answer to Islam is to ban and deport all Muslims. You're the problem with England. You are a bunch of rapists, terrorists and scammers, and you all need to leave. And that's the sanitised version of the abuse that comes my way. It's not debate, it's not disagreement, it's not robust free speech. It's hate speech, and it's racist, and it's dehumanising, and it is incredibly dangerous. Left unchallenged, free speech like this corrodes our democracy from the inside out, and it tells whole communities not just that we're not welcome, that we're also not safe. So yes, let's champion free speech, but defending free speech does not mean defending or overlooking the disgusting things that people say. So I'd like to hear every single party here represented to speak out today unambiguously to say that racism and dehumanising rhetoric like this has no place in our politics. And as many of those comments on my feed are coming from people who are supporting the Reform Party, and I'd like to ask Assembly Member Wilson, who has already made some mayor's questions actually attacking Islamic charities, does he think that these things are okay to say?
Assembly Member Garbett.
Thank you. While we agree with many other points raised in this motion and, of course, reject racism in politics and it has no place in our society, I do find it difficult to support the third recommendation because I just want to outline that it undermines the Stephen Lawrence inquiry, which recommended that the definition should be a racist incident is an incident which is perceived to be racist by the victim or any other person. So these are all recommendations that the term racist incident must be understood to include crimes and non-crimes in policing terms. Both must be reported, recorded and investigated with equal commitment, and that this definition should be universally adopted by the police, local government and other relevant agencies. And at Police and Crime Committee recently, we heard from organisations like Gallup, Inclusion London and Runnymede about their deep concerns about the Met no longer investigating non-crime hate incidents and not providing any assurances of what victims and survivors can do following this change, or any other measures that they're doing to prevent hate crimes. I think we need to listen to the people that are most impacted and those that represent them, so we'll be against the amendment and abstaining on the motion. Thank you.
Okay, Assembly Member Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. I find it difficult to be able to support an amendment from Reform colleagues when Reform are responsible, by and large, for normalising hate speech in this country. We see time and time and time again examples of Reform politicians, elected politicians, normalising hate speech. Only within the last 24 hours we heard about Ian Cooper, leader of Staffordshire County Council, telling on a WhatsApp message or similar somebody to F off back to Nigeria. We see Sarah Pochin appearing on television to say that she gets angry about seeing black and brown faces on her television and on adverts. We see, let me see, we've also got my reading glasses, the leader of Reform in Wales, not Nathan Gill, who has recently been sentenced to a 10 stretch for colluding with the Russians and taking bribes, but Laura Ann Jones for making derogatory comments regarding South East Asian community members. This is normalisation of hate. She was suspended for 2 weeks because the comments were so outrageous. And now we hear about Nigel Farage in his school days using some of the most disgusting slurs, some of the most disgusting language. And he tried to justify it by saying that he's never abused anybody directly. So that assumes that general racism, general abuse is fine. And he didn't want to, if he did say anything to somebody, he didn't mean his racism to be hurtful or insulting in any way. Reform normalise hate speech in this country, and for them to bring this motion, frankly, doesn't even bear in considering. Thank you.
Assembly Member Hall.
Thank you. I wasn't going to speak, but there's a couple of things I want to say. Firstly, Hina, I'm so sorry, genuinely. You should not get abuse like that. It's unforgivable, and it is unforgivable for anybody here to get that sort of thing, especially over your religion. That is totally unacceptable. But what I have got to say is this. It's all very well for Assemblymember Cooper to say we should teach each other with respect. During the mayoral campaign, there were leaflets that went all over London from Hope Not Hate with my picture on it, with racist written across my face. And the worst thing for that, I accept lots of things, several of my colleagues in Labour were handing them out. That is unacceptable. You all know damn well I'm not racist. That should not have gone out. So please do look at yourselves when you actually come out with comments like this. That was totally unacceptable. This sort of hatred from anyone, and I'm very genuinely upset by that. Because some of us, I'm called old, I'm called fat, and all sorts of things. Water off a duck's back, but for your religion, I understand. But equally, some of you should hang your head in shame for actually putting those leaflets out. There were lots of other things to criticise me on, but don't call me a racist.
Assemblymember Best.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to speak quickly as to why we will be supporting the amendment, but unfortunately, whilst I understand the thrust of the main motion, I can't support that and our group can't support that. My first concern is about the line about condemning increase in disinformation and calling it out. The problem that I have with this is, although I want to see a decrease in misinformation and fake news, I look across this chamber and find it hard to believe that we could all agree on what misinformation and fake news is. And I take the particular case of one of the Assembly members here that I think is the most genuine, I think says everything from the heart and with pure conviction, Assembly Member Garbett. But I also look at the facts of life and think, how can somebody possibly say some of these things with every information given to them and not see it's misinformation? Now, it is a fact that I know that these are genuine convictions, that it must not be misinformation, but it is for that reason that I have a concern over an agreed consensus on misinformation and fake news, because we are just so far apart on what that actually means. My second concern of this motion is around the support for London is Open and Loved and Wanted. Loved and Wanted was a campaign that spent £1 million. £1 million, and we're talking about losing officers across London. Officers that would be tackling crimes, real crimes. People are in danger. We're going to see in the later motion the increase in actual crime against individuals based on their ethnicity, religion or sexuality. That's real officers that could have been put on our street with that £1 million, and so I have a concern around that. I also have a concern around not explaining what telling the Met to focus on hate crimes means. So as somebody as not as awful as that, Hina, and I'm so sorry, like Susan, for the level of hate you've received in that manner, but for somebody that has had hate crimes committed against them online, I still don't want the Met to focus on me being called a dyke on Twitter more than someone being murdered. And that is the problem, okay? If we're just going to say focus on hate crime, can we be specific? I can't sign up to that when there are children across London being murdered. So that's why I hope you support the amendment and come with us to vote on that.
Assemblymember Boff.
I too will be supporting the amendment because it needs to be nuanced when you start to talk about free speech, because we have different impressions of what free speech is. And I have some empathy with what other members said about their personal experiences. Lost track of the number of times I've been called a misogynist, paedophile fag. I mean, you know, after a while, it's like water off a duck's back. But I appreciate the Reform's conversion to free speech, because it took a legal case for Nottinghamshire County Council, now controlled by Reform. It took a legal case for them to allow Nottinghamshire Live back into the City Hall, because the Reform leader of the council there didn't like what they were publishing, so he banned them, and they weren't allowed to receive press releases. So I welcome this conversion that Reform have to free speech, and long may it continue. Thank you.
Assemblymember Georgiou.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I think colleagues have put stuff across very eloquently. But this, I mean, free speech is something that I feel extremely passionate. I know most of us do as politicians. But to make clear, and I think Assemblymember Bakari's experiences clearly illustrate the point, the people that get the worst of it in British politics, I think politics across the globe, are women and ethnic minorities. That's just a fact. And I don't think anybody, and I'm supporting the amendment, and I am and I have my views on the motions as a whole, but, you know, that's just a fact, and I think we can start there as a point. I don't think anybody disagrees with it. But I think my problem is who decides? Who decides what is a hate crime, right, in the British political context? And I think, well, I know definitely where my views are when it comes to free speech. I draw the line, and I think as Assemblymember Wilson has also agreed to, that we all must draw the line at incitement of hatred and violence. And I think my problem with this motion overall is a blank cheque for a bureaucrat to decide where the line is drawn, which I vehemently disagree with. And I would say after that point, nobody has a right not to be offended. And I would add a clear dividing line on what I mean on that. In my time, I've had a close family member of mine, you can probably guess who it is, someone, because they didn't like me, said they were going to rape them. I've had 2 death threats, and I've been told to F off back to Cyprus. Now, you know, standing here, you would think, oh, well, you know, white bloke complaining about this stuff. But we know there is a context to these things. We know, as outlined by other members, where we are. And I think Assemblymember Hall downplayed a bit of the experience that she suffered during the London mayoral election. She also received death threats. She had to have panic alarms. I was with her when she received the most vehement abuse. And I'm not going to get into the politics of these people. Generally, you can guess where it were. But that is unacceptable. But as she said, water off a duck's back, and she carried on. And to all colleagues that have received racial, misogynistic abuse that falls below the level of incitement of hatred and violence, congratulations that you have the courage to carry on. Because most people in this country would not do what we do and tackle it in the same way. So I would say, in summary, the police should get on with the job of tackling actual violent crimes and move forward on that basis. But just because as Conservatives and clearly Reform members will not be supporting the motion overall, it doesn't mean that we don't agree on the key tenets of what you're saying. I'll leave it there, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Assemblymember Prince, do you wish to come in on the debate now? Because I think we're at the end of speakers.
Well, first of all, you know, I share everyone's views in relation to the hate crime that's been committed against you and my other colleagues, and condemn that unconditionally. As many of you will know, that you know, I'm quite close to that particular thing, and my, you know, even my children have suffered from that. So it's something I condemn wholeheartedly. I think actually Assemblymember Giorgio summed it up really well when he said that, you know, we passionately are against hate crime, and the police must work and do all they can to prevent it and stop it and act upon it. But I would, like others have said, not want to take the focus of the police away from the even more important issues, such as the rise in knife crime and assaults against the person, which have increased unbelievably under this mayor. So I put forward our amendment, and I would say that we obviously hope you will be able to support our amendment because of the nature in which it is put forward in good faith, but certainly would not be able to support the motion itself. Thank you.
Okay, so Assemblymember Wilson to sum up on his amendment.
Yeah, I will say a few words just briefly. So we all get abuse and it's wrong. That's why we've left it in the motion that, you know, we shouldn't be on the receiving end of abuse and hatred and incitement. You know, I get frequently abused comments about my weight, about my sexuality. Sorry?
There's an order of magnitude between racial abuse and
It's abuse, it's hate, it's unnecessary, and it's wrong. And I've said it's wrong. And actually, I feel quite insulted that Assemblymember Bakari asked me to confirm that I'm against racism. Yeah, of course I'm against racism. We're all against racism. And it just proves, I think, that the conduct of this particular debate has proven the point that I made in introducing the motion, that it's reform that's on the receiving end of these slurs all the time, and yet it's totally unjustified in doing so. But as my colleagues have said, the role of the police, the police are under so much pressure to deal with so many things. We have knife crime off the scale. We have burglary off the scale. We have street robberies off the scale. We have mobile phone theft capital of Europe. All those crimes are important. But if you prioritise one thing above all others, then everything else becomes a non-priority. We want the police to tackle violent crime, actual crime, crimes against the person, and yes, that does include if people are being genuinely insightful and hateful. Of course, that is a crime. But policing free speech and so on as a wider objective is simply not something that we can support. And as Assemblymember Best has said, who defines disinformation, who defines fake news? Let's have an exchange of ideas, a free exchange of ideas, and let the most persuasive arguments win. That's what democracy is about.
OK, I've got a request for a point of personal explanation. You know what the rules are, but I'm going to allow it on this occasion. Assemblymember Bakari.
Yes, I just wanted to explain the reason I referred to Assemblymember Wilson. There was a Mayor's question that he asked about the charity Islamic Relief, about advertising on TfL. It was based on reports by GB News, which they've now had to apologise for unfounded allegations that they were paying substantial, that they were using their charity to fund terrorism. I mean, this is the kind of problem that we have, where we're having genuine charities being attacked in this way. This is Islamophobic and it's racist, and that's what Assembly Wilson did.
OK, let's go to Assemblymember Cooper to sum up a motion.
Thank you. And I'd like to thank everybody who's participated in the debate. I knew when I was thinking about putting this motion that it would be a difficult motion for us to accept that we can all talk about free speech. And I think Assemblymember Hall has set out very well some of the problems with that. Our party is not responsible for what Hope Not Hate does. They are a completely independent organisation, and we certainly in my local area issued instructions to local members not to be involved in the distribution of those leaflets. I have personally within my party been part of some of the panels where we were dealing with people who had been anti-Semitic within the party. So I think you're absolutely right to say, Assemblymember Hall, that none of us can say that the whole of our party is completely doesn't sometimes fall into some of these behaviours, and internally we have to deal with people who exhibit hate speech and incitement. But I think that applies to us all, and I think it applies to all parties, and I think it's really important that we are able to acknowledge that nobody in this room is without fault. But I think the principle that, I may not agree with the word that you say, but I defend your right to say it, so completely, slightly mangle the quote, is a really important thing for us to be saying, and not all the time to move off into the generalisation and to suggest that, that's how we got into the rise of Islamophobia. It was because ISIS, Daesh, was stalking the Middle East, and people started turning around and saying people that live in this country are somehow responsible for the horrible atrocities that were being committed by people who they didn't even know who they were. And the same at the moment, and I was slightly upset with what Assemblymember Wilson was saying about the Mayor and the rise of anti-Semitism. People should not conflate what is being done by the Likud-led government of Israel with people who are Jewish who live in this country. But I don't think the Mayor is responsible for that. I have to reject your amendment because I wanted to keep the bit about London is open and loved and wanted. I'd ask you to vote for the motion unamended, but I did like the fact that you had engaged with it and made your attempt to amend it, but I just couldn't accept the whole amendment. Thank you.
OK, so let's move for the first vote on the amendment. Those in favour of the amendment, please show.
Thank you. This is the amendment in the name of Assemblymember Wilson. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 votes in favour, Chair.
Those against?
There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 votes against, Chair. That amendment falls.
And so we now turn to the unamended motion. Those in favour, please show.
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That's 12 votes in favour, Chair.
And those against, please show.
I see 2 votes against, Chair. That's carried.
Okay, thank you. Let's move on to the next motion, which is 3-4, and it's in the name of Assembly Member Ahmed to move.
Thank you, Chair. London is the greatest city in the world, and at our core is the diversity and the unity that defines us. Sadly, over the last few years, we've seen too many attempts made to divide us, and I think the last debate showed that very clearly. On taking the throne, Queen Elizabeth I declared that she had no desire to make windows into men's souls. She led an unelected and, in theory, Protestant kingdom, but she accepted the need to let people be who they are, to be true to themselves, to worship according to their traditions and their conscience. We're living in the Britain that she and others forged, open-minded and accepting of difference. It's the settled view of the British that we don't all need to be the same. We can have different ideas about politics and still be friends. We can worship as we wish, or not at all. And we can live our lives in a way that feels authentic to us as individuals. Most people understand this, but sadly, a minority are hostile to the very everyday British liberalism that defines us. Those who seek to divide us will fail. They always do. We will not abandon our belief in every person's right to be who they are. In London, over 1,000 Islamophobic hate crimes have been recorded in 2025. That's 1,000 times that someone or someones have failed to live up to our British values of open-minded acceptance of others. And of course, there are many, many more incidents that go unreported, each one causing harm. Why would a decent person take issue with somebody's religious beliefs? I'm proud to know that the Greater London Assembly, led by this mayor, will continue to stand against prejudice and racism. The GLA staff complete training on challenging bias, and this motion calls on the mayor to publish this information so that people can see that we are leading on this issue. We're also calling on the mayor to keep funding the Shared Endeavour Fund, empowering Londoners who stand against intolerance. The fund has supported former extremists to develop better safeguarding, helping those who support vulnerable young people to stay safe, and it's a valuable tool. I'd like to thank Assemblymember Bakari for her support in putting forward this joint motion. As the 2 Muslim Assembly members currently serving, we have to deal with Islamophobic hatred on a regular basis. And this is an opportunity for the Assembly to unite against hate, and I urge you to vote for this motion. Thank you.
I should have mentioned in the introduction that it is an altered motion. You'll see that in red on the papers before you. I'm bringing in Assembly Member Bakari.
Can I reserve my right, please?
Okay, open to the floor.
We have an amendment.
Oh, sorry, there's an amendment. Apologies.
We have an amendment from Assembly Member Garrett.
So, Assembly Member Garrett.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'd like to propose, formally move our amendment. I entirely agree with the points made by Assemblymember Ahmad, and which I anticipate Assemblymember Bakari will be making shortly. And in fact, I made very similar comments. You might recall at People's Question Time recently. It is a huge problem for us as a city that, amongst our many strengths, we have this unfortunate problem that for some people just travelling around the city, going about their business, going to their place of worship, visiting friends or family, just living their life, They encounter people who either, through some plan or possibly on some unfortunate spur-of-the-moment decision, decides to make it their business to make life unpleasant for some other people based on how they look, how they perceive their religion might be. Specifically, on this motion for Muslims, either particularly Muslim women who, by dint of headdress often stand out and therefore can attract particularly that kind of really unpleasant, whether it's verbal or physical or online, as we were speaking about in the previous motion. I think I ought to acknowledge, of course, other groups of Londoners who encounter similar problems, but this motion is specifically about Muslims, and I entirely endorse what it's saying. My concern, of course, is that this positive motion, the debate we're having, and the vote that I'm sure we're going to have in a moment in favour of this motion, probably won't impact the behaviour of those individuals that I've just described and the unfortunate actions that they take. Which brings me to the Shared Endeavour Fund, and my concern with that is that what it proposes to do and the way that it proposes to do it is perfectly reasonable. The problem is, when it was evaluated, it just didn't work, and I'm not really in favour of pursuing something to solve an important problem that hasn't worked. I would rather do something that does work in order to actually address the problem, which I think we are all going to agree needs solving. So that, unfortunately, I would rather not support that element of the motion. Nevertheless, so this is what our amendment changes, but the motion, I think we are strongly in favour of. Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay, Assembly Member Best.
Can I formally second and reserve my right? Thank you.
Okay, open to the floor. Any contributions?
As part of the summing up.
Part of the summing up.
If not, we go.
Sorry, Assembly Member Garbett.
I just want to make some brief comments just to say that no one should fear walking home from school, should fear opening up their shop or travelling on public transport because of their faith, and we stand unequivocally against Islamophobia and all forms of hate. And I just want to share how joyous it is sharing my community with lots of my Muslim neighbours who bring so much joy and beauty to my life. They've taught me so much about Ramadan and about the stewardship of Islam around the planet, and just the richness that my Muslim neighbours bring to my life, and how much I appreciate them and you folks. And just to say that we must listen to the Muslim community, what they need, what their organisations say, and to act on what they need. Thank you.
Okay, any other contributions? Then I'm going to go back to Assembly Member Best.
Thank you, Chair. And just briefly, I want to say we obviously support the thrust, and the amendment is not to take away from the thrust. But much like the previous motion, we really can't, in good faith, look to spend Londoners' money on things that are not proven to work. And where we know that there is an increase on hate crime, that money is better spent in protecting the Met and delivering services that are going to keep people safe. We know, for example, about Jewish schools where there is extra protection now needed for children going to school. These are all extra layers of protection that communities in London need. And we do not think that we can, in good faith, continue to support the Shared Endeavour Fund without the evaluation that proves it's working. And we believe that's just lacking at the moment, and there is a better way to do this. But I would talk specifically to Islamophobia, and I think I grew up in Ilford, which is a predominantly South Asian community, and I would just say it was at that point in my life I realised how deep Islamophobia runs through London. This isn't something that you can talk away as just a white English problem of being Islamophobic. There is Islamophobia in almost every corner and every community of London, and it is horrific. And I think, as we heard from Assembly Member Bukhari earlier, we must do everything to root it out. But it is because of that fact, I don't think we can simply sign up to things that we don't think work. And we would like to root it out in the way that we think is proven to work, and that is through the Met. Thank you.
Did Assembly Member Bukhari reserve?
Sorry, you did reserve, yes, sorry.
Thank you. I just want to thank my sister, Marina. As we say in our community, you know, we're closer because of that link, and thank you for your courage for bringing this motion forward. I know it's not easy to do this. I mean, I feel shaky having to talk about it. And I talked earlier about the online abuse that I get, but we get it in other ways as well. I've had it at the train station, I've had it at meetings, I've had it at my counsellor surgery. Our families, they check in on us, don't they? They ask us, are we safe? And that frightens me a lot. It's become so normal. My own mosque got attacked twice and in as many months, and the word pedo was graffitied on the walls. Imagine that. That's where my children go to pray, where we celebrate Eid. It's horrible, absolutely awful. And the hatred that we saw from police officers in the Panorama documentary about Charing Cross, the abuse that Muslims are facing every day on our transport systems and at work. We're just told to put up with it, though. We're told to just get on with it. Some people have told me, if you don't like it, go home. This is my home. I'm not going anywhere. We're not going anywhere. And we will not stand by as racist and far-right extremists spread their poison in our city. So this motion is demanding action, and it's demanding investment, and it's demanding training across the GLA, because we do need to protect Muslims on our streets and our transport systems and our institutions, and we need to root out that hatred. And I hope that all of you will do as much as you can to support this motion that we're pushing for, dedicated Islamophobia training, which together with the Shared Endeavour Fund will hopefully make that change that we want to have happen. I am incredibly sad that I'm having to talk about this, incredibly sad that we're having to do this motion, but I really hope that we get your support unanimously today, whether we get the amendment through or not.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Assembly Member Garrett to sum up on his amendment.
Nothing to add, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Ahmed.
Thank you, Chair. I don't have a problem with amendments if they're factually based, but unfortunately this one isn't, and I'm just about to explain to you why not. So if you look on the MOPAC website, the evaluation takes part of the Shared Endeavour Fund, or it's taken of the endeavour of the Shared Endeavour Fund on a regular basis. We are literally in call 5 of that evaluation, which was due in the summer. It's still been compiled in terms of the information it provided, but the latest was from last year, last March, and it shows that there was a 19% increase in the beneficiaries' awareness and concern about intolerance, hate and extremism, a 34% increase in the beneficiaries' emotional resilience, 24% increase in the beneficiaries' ability and intention to challenge prejudice and hateful views, a 36% improvement in beneficiaries' tolerance for difference and diversity, and a 25% increase in beneficiaries' ability to critically engage with information and social media. That's pretty good, as far as I can tell, and that I'm assuming that that will improve when Call 5 is published as well. So I'm afraid the amendment, whilst I can understand where it has come from, and I do appreciate Assembly Member Garrett and Assembly Member Best's approval of the motion and the feelings behind the motion, I can't accept and cannot factually say that this amendment is correct, because it quite frankly isn't. I do hope that this Assembly votes for this motion unamended, because I don't need to explain again what Assembly Member Bakari has put forward and shown everybody. It is difficult, and I don't talk about it very much, but it's a horrible environment to live in, and this helps. Thank you.
Thank you. Right. So those in favour of the amendment, please show.
That is, Chair. In favour of the amendment, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That is 6 votes in favour of the amendment, Chair. Can I see votes against, please? That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 votes against. The amendment falls, Chair.
OK, those in favour of the motion?
Can I just say that this is the motion as altered, but not as amended? Thank you very much. So that's votes in favour of the altered motion is 1, 2, hang on, is this, no, right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. I'm really sorry, I've lost count. Apologies. I'm sorry, everyone, it's a complicated meeting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. That's 20 votes for the motion as altered. Do we have any votes against? That's no votes against, Chair. The motion as altered is carried.
Okay, we're now moving on to
3.5. Yeah,
right.
Assembly Member Georgiou, Chair.
Yep. So, and are there amendments?
There is an amendment, there's an alteration, so Assembly Member Georgiou has altered his motion.
So, there's that, and there is an amendment as well that's been circulated. Okay, so I'm going to call on Assembly Member Georgiou to move, followed by Assembly Member Hall to second.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me begin by saying that the immigration and asylum system in this country is an absolute joke. Effectively, we've got open borders, which, as far as I'm concerned, means you are not a proper country. Now, Mr. Chairman, I am the proud, grandson of immigrants. My mother-in-law is a refugee, so I entirely understand the complexities around this issue. And in fact, probably if you're looking at the offspring around the London Assembly, there are people from any sorts of backgrounds, could have been their grandparents, parents generally, that moved to this country, and I suspect that was all done legally. Mr. Chairman, I welcome, the Conservative group welcomes the changes from the Home Secretary Shabana Mahmood to the asylum system, the new right-wing MP from Birmingham Ladywood. But I would remind this chamber, because it's sort of gotten a bit confused on the national mainstream media, that it was actually she could only make these changes because of reforms made by the last Conservative government. Let's be clear. Let's be clear. There is to be £15 billion spent on hotels for illegal immigrants, Mr. Chairman, whilst our fellow Londoners are struggling with this current cost of living crisis. Now, we have to admit as well, and I hope the Labour Party in this chamber admits they're failing on this issue, there's been 40,000 illegal crossings, which is the highest on record between Calais and Dover. Now, to be clear, the changes that the Home Secretary announced do not go far enough. And as far as I'm concerned, anybody who comes to this country illegally has broken the law and puts to shame our immigration system should never be given British citizenship, Mr. Chairman. I think that's an absolute disgrace and a joke. Now, the system can work. It can work. It's worked with Syrian refugees, Ukrainian refugees, the Ugandan Indians, the Hong Kongers, and yes, those that helped us during the conflict in Afghanistan. Now, on the point of the two amendments, we support the amendment from Assembly Member Prince and Wilson. However, what the amendment from the Labour group shows, they are pro-illegal immigration, and they don't care how many people break the law to settle in this country and sit in cushy hotels. They could not care less, and for that reason alone, we will be voting against their amendment, and I hope it is destroyed completely in this chamber. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, just to clarify, the amendment in the name of Wilson, Assembly Members Wilson and Prince, is being withdrawn to support the altered motion moved by Assembly Member Georgiou. Assembly Member Hall to second.
I second and reserve my right.
Thank you very much. We now move to the amendment that's on the floor in the name of Assembly Member Mahfouz.
Thank you, Chair. I'm tabling this amendment because it's interesting to sit here and listen and be taught lessons about the immigration system by the Conservatives. Clearly, they're really well placed to talk about it, experts in the field. Why? Because they're the ones who broke the system. And they broke the NHS, and they broke the economy, and they broke the housing sector whilst we're at it too. And on asylum, they have somehow managed to create a system that didn't work for anybody. It didn't work for the taxpayers, and it certainly doesn't work for those seeking refuge. The Tories call on safe and legal routes, but it was their government that closed all of them. forcing anyone seeking sanctuary in our country to make a treacherous journey to our shores, having to line the pockets of unscrupulous people smugglers as the only option, and to be told when they arrive here that they are illegals, as he has just done now. Now, imagine yourself in a country which is at war. Through no fault of your own, you've lost your home, your livelihood, your friends, possibly even your family. What do they still have? Their hopes, their dreams, their determination and their aspirations. But let me spout some facts at you. 60% of refugees globally are refugees in their own country. They're internally displaced. They can't even leave their own borders. For those that do manage to get across their borders, most of them will stay in the first safe country, which, well, quite frankly, not even a safe country, but the next door country. 1% make it to the UK. And once they get here, the previous government left them in limbo for years, awaiting a decision on their claim. In the meantime, not allowed to work, sharing a room with strangers or having to have a whole family in one room. They came here wanting to contribute to our society, as so many generations before them have done, but instead expected to survive on around £8 a week. Hotels and lengthy stays were what the Tories offered, but under Labour we are making decisions faster, and hotel numbers have already dropped by 40%. Tories in Reform told us that we got Brexit done, we'd have more control over our borders, but actually it's gone up to 1 million people net migration under the Tories. 80% down since that number under Labour. That is border control. I'll continue, but that's why we are calling for this amendment today. Thank you.
To second is Assembly Member Cooper.
I'm the second formally and reserve my right.
Okay, now the floor is open. Assembly Member Bakari.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the Labour group for bringing this amendment and challenging the dehumanising way in which asylum seekers and refugees are talked about. I'd also like to acknowledge the cross-party way that they have approached us and have included the mention of the Liberal Democrat motion passed in the Assembly in September 2023, calling for asylum seekers to be granted the right to work, which the Mayor said he would support. So many asylum seekers want to work here. And one man told the Lift the Ban coalition, I want to work. I don't want to have handouts or hand-me-downs. I want to enjoy the reward of my sweat. I don't want to rely on government benefits. And I want to work so I can prove myself to my children. Yes, we need to tackle the people smuggling criminal gangs, and we welcome the introduction of new legal routes for refugees. However, it must be said that throughout these conversations about immigration and those seeking asylum, we don't often hear about their desire to contribute. And doing so can address the labour shortages in sectors such as education, social care, healthcare, construction and hospitality. Over 180,000 people signed the Lift the Ban petition presented to the Home Office, and it's time to do the right thing, lift the ban. And until that happens, the Liberal Democrats are very happy to support this amendment to this motion.
Assembly Member Russell.
Thank you, Chair. The Home Secretary's new asylum plans are cruel, and we should stand firmly against them. We have watched a wave of briefings and headlines framing migrants as threats, people as illegal. Public debate about asylum has grown poisonous. And the language used to talk about people seeking sanctuary is cold and dehumanising. We, in the Green Group, reject reforms that replace compassion with conditionality. These new asylum policies turn safety into something temporary and make the idea of belonging dependent on constant proving and reproving of worth. We have already seen the harm caused by policies built on hostility, most recently with the Windrush scandal. And rather from learning from that, these government proposals revive the same failures by making life for refugees and asylum seekers increasingly unstable. Migrants have been unfairly blamed for problems caused by inequality, a shortage of housing, and years of cuts to public services. And instead of solutions, we're handed more division and more posturing. We must reject these policies nationally and here in this chamber and choose a path that is rooted in compassion and dignity. So the Green Group will be voting against the motion, against the amendment and against the amendment. The motion is still supporting delivery of the government's desperately harsh reforms. Thank you.
Open to the floor. Before I move, then can I go back? I believe, did someone...
we have two reserved, I think, Chair.
Yeah,
so
two reserved.
Have...
So, oh, sorry, you wish to come in. Assembly Member Wilson wishes to come in on the debate.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Assembly members, for tabling the original motion in the first place, which I obviously welcome very much, the tone of it, the content of it, and just as I welcome the tone of what the Home Secretary herself had announced. Unfortunately, the current Home Secretary, I say current because nobody in this government seems to be safe in their position. Certainly not the Chancellor of the Exchequer, hopefully, anyway. But anyway, she faces two fundamental problems with what she is trying to do. One is her parliamentary party, and secondly is her own unwillingness to actually take the real step that is required to do anything meaningful to tackle this very problem, which is, of course, leaving the ECHR. On the first of those, we've seen how the Labour group here has responded. It shows the scale of the problem that the Home Secretary faces within her own party. There's no reason to believe her parliamentary colleagues will be any more constructive than her London Assembly colleagues. On the second of those points, I welcome the Conservatives and Kemi Badenoch's apparent conversion to our way of thinking on the ECHR. Again, perhaps, though, remains to be convinced that necessarily all of the parliamentary colleagues or indeed perhaps some of the Assembly colleagues will be on board with that, but I'll take it at face value. So I'm glad that the Conservatives did accept our amendment and have incorporated that as an alteration, and very happy to support the original motion now as altered. But what we've seen and what we've heard about the cost of the broken asylum system. We've heard that, or we know that Keir Starmer talked about smashing the gangs. The only thing he's done is smash the records. And yes, Assembly Member Mahfouz, you talk about there has been a reduction in net migration. That's only because 700,000 young, aspirational people have left the country, fleeing from the rising tax burden, in no small part fed up because they're paying more and more tax to pay for people who have broken into this country, have come here illegally and have no right to stay. That's why I won't be supporting your amendment.
Okay, so we've had two reserved rights to speak in the debate, so I'm going to go to Assembly Member Cooper and then I'll go to Assembly Member Hall.
Again, I think this has been an interesting and worthwhile debate. It was a bit disappointing to see the original motion written in the way as if there wasn't a consultation being undertaken at the moment. And I think a lot of people will be expressing their views either in favour of some of the sort of mood music that has been coming from the Home Office, or having views against it, which I think Assemblymember Russell, broadly speaking, her speech could be summed up in that way. I think the really important thing, and I think this is something that is a view that is massively widely shared, is that the way that the Home Office has been operating for everybody is a system that is broken, and all the talk during the austerity years of reducing staff has ended up with these massive backlogs, and I think it's really unfair on people in the country, because they then are given this idea that people are in cushy, comfy hotels, which I think is actually far from the truth. Most people are not. But the people in the hotels are then left in this horrible limbo and not able to do anything, which is why our motion doesn't talk about opening the door, as Assemblymember Georgiou was talking about. It talks about having a robust system, an efficient system, a fair system, a system that is no longer broken and can actually deal with the fact that people are going to continue to want to come here, and that one of the most important things that was destroyed and must be re-established are safe and legal routes, so that people no longer feel that they must resort to trying to get across the Channel in small boats and dying in the Channel. So I think, I would strongly commend our amendment to the motion, because I think that is the only way that we really need to go forward. Thank you.
Assembly Member Hall.
Thank you. We must all remember, though, we're actually elected to represent the views of constituents and Londoners. And very many believe, and I do, that anyone that enters our country illegally should not be allowed to stay. End of. Absolutely, end of. In London, we don't have the extra housing. We don't have the medical capacity. And when you look at it, we're not looking at families in general coming in. We're looking at young men. Thousands of young men, all put up in hotels. This is why I support the Pink Ladies. I absolutely support them. They are concerned for the safety of their children. In very many places where these hotels are, their children are followed around. Their school children are followed around by these young men. Now, they may have no bad intent, but I wouldn't want it for my children or my grandchildren. And so I understand where they are. And at the end of the day, it's a case of fairness. We have veterans on the streets. We have veterans with nowhere to live, certainly not a hotel. Many of us will have seen the pictures of the food that's provided for these hotel guests. These veterans don't have that. It's a case of unfairness. It seems so unfair that some of our elderly are waiting for operations, they don't get them. And yet these people that break into the country come in, have medical people there, have dentists there and everything else. It's not fair. And that's what many Londoners will tell you. It is not fair. And that is why we have brought this motion.
Okay, we're now moving to sum up and the alteration, and there's a further announcement about the paperwork.
There is. Can I just explain something, Chair? Sorry, bear with me. This is a sort of a developing moment. My understanding is that Assembly Member Mahfouz is going to move a very slightly amended version of the amendment that is in front of you all. I am just looking for the change. Could you bear with me one moment?
Please just bear with us, because we're dealing with a number of bits of paperwork for this part of the meeting.
You guys should ask if you can swap this.
Right, Assembly members, I understand that the wording that is being added into the amendment is, if we look at the end of the motion, above the paragraph that begins, the Assembly condemns the illegal rioting, it would be the insertion of the following wording. The Assembly also notes its previous position from 2023 calling for asylum seekers to be given the right to work. Is it helpful to repeat that, or? Thank you. Thank you. Right.
And for the avoidance of doubt, I'm seconding that.
Okay, Assembly Member Mahfouz.
Thank you. Just to go back over what people said. So we had Assembly Member Wilson, who earlier told us how important free speech was, but just now told us that he wants to get rid of all free speech by leaving the human rights that we have in our country. We heard from Assembly Member Georgiou that he cares, it talked about open borders. Under his government, it was open borders, 1 million net migration, down by 80%. You talked about the waste of money. Over £700 million spent on a Rwanda policy that was never going to be able to be achieved. And how many people did they send for that amount of money? One person who voluntarily got on the flight to Rwanda. And they keep on talking about people being illegal, getting here illegally. What is the legal way to claim asylum? Please tell me, please enlighten me, because there are zero. Let me explain. Zero safe routes to the UK as I stand here right now. So there is no alternative to what these people are doing. Assembly Member Bakari, absolutely. Thank you so much for your support for this motion, and Assembly Member Russell. I appreciate your contribution and agree with very much of what you've said today. But look, as Assembly Member Cooper outlined, this is about fairness, this is about an efficient system, and actually that's exactly what we are proposing in terms of the papers that we have today. But look, let me just say this, and it's an essential point. What is the difference between you, me, and a refugee.
No, you were just born here.
That is absolutely sickening, that we just heard from Assembly Member Hall. There is absolutely nothing that separates us, okay? But the fact that they were born within the borders of a country that is now at war, and they are being persecuted or at risk of death because of who they are. Imagine yourselves in their shoes being persecuted for who you are. We've heard how people are being discriminated against for who they are. And this means that they are having to leave everything that I talked about before to come here. But ultimately, they are humans. And so let us allow them not to be dehumanised. Whatever the challenges we face, and we accept there are many, and whatever the answers that we need, and we are looking to move in that direction and make sure that we provide those answers, whilst we may lose our patience in the need to achieve progress at pace and deliver that change, let us not, and let me repeat, let us not, in this debate, lose our humanity. So, colleagues, I ask you to support the amendment that you have before you. Thank you.
Assembly Member Georgiou to sum up on his motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Spare me, honestly. The Syria scheme, Conservatives. Ukrainian scheme, Conservatives. Ugandan Indians, Conservatives. Hong Kong, Conservatives. Helping those that helped us in Tony Blair's war in Afghanistan, Conservatives. I will take no lectures from the Labour Party on safe routes, Mr. Chairman. And I would say Assemblyman Mahfouz outlined the Labour position perfectly. More and more and more illegal immigration with record tie this year. And here's a controversial view. Once you're in France, you're safe. The reason why people travel illegally is because they know this country is a weak touch, quite frankly, Mr. Chairman. And I would say this, I love campaigning. I love campaigning across this city, as I've done for over a decade of my life. And you know the people that are most angry? The most angry? People that are the children, immigrants themselves, the children of immigrants and the grandchildren of immigrants. They worked their way into this country. They came legally, and they detest what has happened with the illegal immigration situation in this country, Mr. Chairman. This, quite frankly, it is the middle-class champagne socialism that has destroyed this country and its immigration system. And I'll take no lectures from Labour. What do the Conservatives do with the children of immigrants? We make them leaders of the Conservative Party. We make them leaders. Rishi Sunak and Kemi Badenoch. Now, hands up how many... Hold on, let's put a true test to this. Hands up to all my left-wing colleagues. How many of you have accepted refugees, asylum seekers, or illegal immigrants into your home? How many? Hands up? That's what I thought. Deafening silence, no hands up, because it's rank hypocrisy, Mr. Chairman. You don't want illegal immigrants in your own home, but you want them in the country. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, OK. Those in favour of the amendment, please show.
This is the amendment with the additional line in. Those in favour of the amendment, please, in the name of Assemblymember Mahfouz. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 in favour, Chair.
Those against?
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Can I see those votes against the amendment?
No, I thought there was no whips in the Green
Come on,
Party.
we're in the middle of a vote. Please
We are
put your
voting
hands up
on
if you're voting.
We are taking votes against the amendment in the name of Assemblymember Mahfouz with the additional line in. So votes against are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's 9 votes against. Chair, that's carried because there were 12 votes in favour. We now... that now means that amendment layers on top of the altered original motion. So the red text in the alteration goes in as well.
So, those in favour of the amended motion, please show.
With the extra line. Yeah, with the extra line. Right, those in favour of the amended motion, amended and altered, in fact. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 in favour.
Those against?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 votes against. That's carried, Chair, as amended and altered.
Good. Right, okay, so here we go on to the next motion on the new national oversight mechanisms in the name of Assembly Member Bakari.
Thank you, Chair. As I speak to you now, it has been 3,065 days since the Grenfell Tower tragedy, and each day, hour, minute is painful for the survivors and for the families and friends of those who've lost their lives. To them, it still feels like yesterday. And nothing will bring back those 72 loved ones back. But we can work to ensure a tragedy like this never happens again. The charity Inquest has been monitoring investigations into preventable, corporate and state-related deaths for 40 years, and their campaign, titled the No More Deaths campaign, has a very simple message: the establishment of a national oversight mechanism. Regardless of your political views, there's one thing we can all agree on. It is the government's role to do the right thing by its citizens. And we've seen it time and time again when an inquiry is held to investigate a great injustice, be it the response to the COVID pandemic, Hillsborough tragedy or Grenfell. Taxpayer money is rightly spent to understand the nature of these events and their consequences. As part of that process, recommendations are then made. This mechanism, established by Parliament, would take an important role regarding the inquiries, inquests and investigations into preventable state-related deaths, such as those caused by the Grenfell tragedy. Chief amongst its responsibilities would be to follow up on progress, escalate concerns and share thematic findings. And as things currently stand, once an inquiry reaches its end, successive governments have been left simply to mark their own homework. That's why this motion is so important, and I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Inquest for their hard work and campaigning for a national oversight mechanism thus far, and for working with us to get this motion to the floor today. And as I said, nothing can bring the victims back to their friends and families, but establishing this mechanism would go a long way towards ensuring that deaths are prevented in the future, and for the Grenfell families and everyone who has experienced the pain of losing a loved one in a preventable, state-related tragedy. I really do hope that you will support this motion. Thank you.
Okay, Assembly Member Roberts to second.
Thank you, Chair. There is no doubt we live in polarised times, and often it can seem that we don't rely on incredibly much, which has been seen quite often today. So it's important to realise that we have more in common than we do have differences between us, and it's in this spirit that we bring the motion to the Assembly today. And I'd like to take the opportunity to recognise that the Mayor himself has already called for the establishment of a national oversight mechanism in his contributions to the Grenfell inquiry. So I hope that everybody will find it very easy to support this motion today. A national oversight mechanism responsible for collating, analysing and following up on recommendations would finally address the lack of transparency, responsibility and accountability in the current system. Lessons learned can no longer be just a soundbite. It's time for us to do the right thing by Londoners and everyone affected by this tragedy. This city and this country cannot go on any longer without having a robust system to gauge whether changes have been made and lessons actually learnt. This is exactly the sort of thing the Mayor, the Assembly and the Government should be working along on across party lines. Democracy is at its best when we come together to deliver a future for Londoners that is brighter, safer and more just. And therefore, I'm pleased to second the motion, and I hope that we'll be able to join myself and Assembly Member Bakari in supporting it today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Open for debate. Assembly Member Boff.
I entirely understand the motives behind this. We've seen so many inquiries that have fallen short, recommendations that haven't been carried out, many of them. But I'm dubious as to whether or not this is the way to do it. We already have Parliament, we already have the London Assembly, and it is our job to ensure that the recommendations from the very many commissions that have been set up, it's our job to progress those. I fear that this is one of those, I may be wrong, I may be wrong, but this is one of those proposals to set up a quango that makes us feel good, as though we have done something, but actually delivers real actual good on the ground. And there is also part of me that says for those areas such as in policing and in transport and a whole range of areas, it's almost like we don't have to bother now chasing that up because the national oversight mechanism is there. I just think, if anything, it would introduce an obstacle to actually progressing some of those results of inquiries that we can all name. So I'm afraid I won't be supporting this, not because I don't fully appreciate the aims, it's just that I don't think it'll work. And it'll be like many of those quangos that we have with a super important name that actually doesn't do what it says on the box.
Okay, other contributions. Assembly Member Cooper.
Thank you, Chair. Slightly disappointed to hear the response from Assemblymember Boff. We will be supporting this motion because we think it is trying to enshrine an important principle about making sure that things that can very easily slip down the cracks don't do so. And I think the points about responses often lacking detail and being formulaic is a point that is extremely well made, along with the point about delay and leaving bereaved families wondering what has been going on. And we've had a number of different inquiries where the people have had to pursue it through Parliament on what has felt almost endless, on an almost endless basis. We've just been hearing yet again from Andy Burnham talking about Hillsborough. I mean, it's so long ago. Why are we still, why has it taken so long to do anything on that? And it's not just because, the way that what actually happened was covered up. So we will be supporting this, and we are very happy to join with calling on the Mayor to continue his campaign, which he's been undertaking to write to the government to implement this. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, and thank you very much, Assemblymember Cooper, for your comments. I think you're absolutely right. That this is the issue. That the government, shouldn't be just marking its own homework. That things go wrong, and as those families from the Hillsborough tragedy are saying, the fact that they have had no justice, that nobody is going to be held to account for the horrific trauma that they've had to go through. This is why this charity inquest has called for the National Oversight Mechanism, which, again, the Mayor is supporting already. So it's something that just makes absolute sense. And I'm afraid, Assemblymember Boff, you may be wrong. Yes, you are wrong. So I do hope that we get the rest of the Assembly members' support. Thank you.
To the vote, those in favour of the motion, please show.
That is votes in favour 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 votes in favour, Chair.
Those against?
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 votes against. That's carried.
Okay, I think then we're moving on to the next motion, Overseas Domestic Workers, in the name of Ina Bakari.
Can I just welcome the amazing charity, Callan? Can you give him a wave? They're here especially for this motion. Absolutely amazing charity. I've met them last month to mark the Anti-Modern Slavery Day. I sat with migrant domestic workers and I listened to some really terrible stories that they've experienced, subjected to while they were working behind closed doors right here in London. Now, these are workers who are overwhelmingly women who support families, and they're not allowed to, they're supporting their own families back home that they're not allowed to bring with them here, and they are making enormous sacrifices to earn a living, who contribute immensely to the households that they serve. They deserve rights, they deserve dignity, and they deserve safety. Instead,
All too often, they face physical abuse, psychological abuse, deprived of food, trapped in their houses, trapped in rooms, passports taken away, things that nobody should be subjected to. But domestic work is one of the most invisible forms of labour in our society. That invisibility allows exploitation to flourish. And the current visa system compounds this. A 6-month overseas domestic worker visa leaves workers with almost no practical ability to leave an abusive employer and secure safe, decent work elsewhere. This wasn't always the case. In 1998, an important protections that allowed domestic workers to change employer, renew their visa if in full-time work, and enforce their labour rights were in existence. These were reforms that were recognised internationally as a model of good practice, were stripped away, and then since then organisations like Halian have been recording rising exploitation. More confiscated passports, more workers not allowed to leave their house alone, more indicators of trafficking. And the evidence is not ambiguous. Colleagues, we cannot claim to value women or workers or fairness if we continue to tolerate a visa system that actively traps thousands of women in situations where abuse is going unchecked. Today's motion is very simple. It's a restoration of the core protections that once existed, the protections that allow workers to leave abusive employers and rebuild their lives, protections that experts, charities, campaigners and the Independent Anti-Slavery Commissioner have consistently said are essential if we are to prevent exploitation at the earliest stages and not simply react once it's escalated into modern slavery. No one working in this city should be invisible, and no one should have to choose between abuse or falling into illegality. And this visa system has to change. Let's create the conditions to make it fair to work here for these women. Thank you so much for bringing this motion to us. Thank you so much for your support coming today.
I'll reserve the right to speak, please, Chair.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Assembly Members Bakari and Roberts, for bringing this tabling the motion today. Thank you to Calayan, who I've known very well when I used to work in North Kensington and North Westminster, and the amount of work that you do is absolutely phenomenal. So thank you for what you do on a day-to-day basis for everybody that you represent. And, you know, when we talk about domestic workers, we are talking some of the most vulnerable people in our country. And whilst we do have the modern-day Slavery Bill Act in place, there are still too many injustices that are happening, and as you say, Assemblymember Bakari, these things are happening behind closed doors, and so it is difficult mainly for these women to be able to even have a voice, and they are trapped in those scenarios. Some harrowing statistics that Calayan had collected: 79% had reported from a survey that they had no day off at all throughout the time they were here. 78% had had their passports confiscated off them. 71% had been not allowed out of the house unsupervised. 65% reported psychological abuse. 65% reported that they didn't have a room or any personal space. And 60% reported that they were paid less than £50 a week. And I'll just give you one story of Sarah, who was an Indian national who was brought to the UK having worked with a family in Kuwait previously. When she was brought to London, she was treated appallingly by her employers, not allowed to contact her family, was often locked in the house, was not allowed to go to church, was expected to be constantly on call, looking after a small baby 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, with no contact in the UK, no money, no passport, because it had been taken by her employers. She had nobody to turn to for help. Her parents back home depended on her income, and while she was in Kuwait, she was able to do that. But when she got to the UK, she was stopped from being able to send that money back. But I'll just finish with this, is that we will support this motion, and also the funding that the Mayor gives to organisations like Calayan through MOPAC, but also through the advice services that he provides as well. So I think it's a very called for motion. Thank you.
Okay, right. Assembly Member Georgiou.
Just very briefly, because I think it's always helpful to have a context as to why groups vote a certain way on motions. So the Conservative group will be abstaining for a very clear reason, and it's not the reason that colleagues may think. To be clear, the Modern Slavery Act was a brilliant piece of legislation, and quite frankly, it is clearly weak in this area. Should have been strengthened. The Immigration Act should have been strengthened, as far as I'm concerned. Now, our position is, whilst there may be scope to improve on the current ODW-tied visa, a full restoration of the 1998 visa terms could create loopholes that could be exploited, which actually furthers the problem. So we're entirely in support of the aims. You know, modern slavery is also modern torture. And we know that many of these, predominantly women, as we know, are going through this system, and it's an absolute disgrace. So we're extremely sympathetic and supportive of the principle, but the problem ties back to we need a change in the Modern Slavery Act and the latest Immigration Act. So support the principle, but can't fully support the motion for the simple reason it creates further loopholes, which in our opinion creates further problems. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so would you like to pick up your reserved position?
Thank you, Chair. Yes. So this case for restoring these protections is simple and undeniable. Migrant domestic workers come here with the families who employ them. They cook, clean, care for these households, often sacrificing so much to support their own families at home, yet the visa system leaves them with almost no power and no safe way out when abuse does occur. We know what happens when workers are tied to an employer and given a visa too short to seek alternative work. The evidence shows higher levels of confinement, confiscated passports, unpaid wages and intimidation. And abuse has risen since the 2012 changes and has stayed high ever since. And this is a direct result of the policy, not by chance. We also know what works. When workers have the right to change employer and renew their visa while in full-time work, they are safer, more able to report abuse and less likely to be exploited. Those protections were internationally recognised as effective and fair. Restoring them is not complicated. It's the least we can do to ensure no one is trapped behind a front door with no viable route to safety. So this motion is practical, proportionate and overdue, and I hope that all parties will actually support it, because whilst I recognise the comments made by Assemblymember Georgiou, letting the perfect be the enemy of the good, as will be the case here if they abstain and don't support the motion, is effectively as good as voting against. Thank you.
Assembly Member Bakari to sum up.
Thank you. I want to thank the Labour group for their support, and I hope that we've got the support for the Greens. Of course we do, yeah. But I just want to just clarify my concerns that the Conservative group is going to abstain. There is no evidence that there will be further loopholes. What there is evidence of is that abuse is rising, and it's consistently rising. That is evidently true. And we must do something about it. This is a really practical motion. And we are always talking about the need to be the voice of London. Here are a group of people who need us, who have no voice. We have a job to do. Today's that job. Let's give them that chance to find the freedom that they need, to be able to find safety. Because right now there are many women who are trapped, who have no way of escaping the abuse that they are going under right now. And this is our way to amplify them, to be the voice of London, all Londoners, and particularly these domestic workers who need us right now. I hope you change your mind. Thank you.
Okay, this is your last chance. Those in favour of the motion, please show.
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 votes in favour, Chair.
Those against?
I see 2 votes against, Chair. That's carried.
Okay, we're now moving on motion 3.8. Pay for mile tax. We've got some alterations I just want to draw your attention to, so we're very clear. So the alteration, the first alteration, is in the second line, and it's under alterations. And then there's a further alteration. It's not an amendment, because I think our colleagues, Conservative colleagues, have withdrawn that. And there's the alteration that's accepted is a new additional. It would become a new additional third paragraph, which is highlighted in red in the paperwork. So it's those two alterations on the motion that we're discussing. It's moved in the name of Assembly Member Prince and seconded by Assembly Member Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I hope someone followed that. Okay, so yeah, we're accepting the amendment.
No, you're proposing the alterations.
And sorry, okay, so I'm proposing the alterations. I know, I feel it, I tell you, especially today. So I'm proposing the alterations and accepting the amendment. Is that right for you? No? What do you want then?
There's no amendments. It's just alterations. You've altered your own motion. You've accepted those.
Okay then.
In advance.
Whatever you say, Jim. Whatever you say. Okay, so that's burnt off some of my time. We all remember that the Mayor sat here back in September, and he said pay per mile is not on the table and not on the radar. And he also said, as long as I am Mayor, we're not going to have pay per mile. Very clear, no ifs or buts. London was assured that pay per mile was dead and buried. Yet here we are today, facing a national policy from this Labour government that will hit drivers hard. In their 2025 budget, which was announced before the Chancellor announced it, obviously, it was made clear that there was going to be a new pay per mile tax, 3 pence per mile for electric vehicles and 1.5 pence for plug-in hybrids coming in from 2028. Of course, it's going to be very interesting to find out how they're going to measure this. How do they know how many miles you're doing per year? Still, there we are. Now, many of my constituents in Havering and Redbridge made the switch to electric cars as they were encouraged to. They invested thousands of pounds because they believed what they were told. But now they're being punished. And plug-in hybrid people are being punished even more because they are going to have to pay the VED as well as the extra tax. So, we call on the Mayor to reaffirm his commitment to no pay per mile in London, not now, not ever, and we call on him to write to the Chancellor and oppose this scheme, because we do not stand up for, if we do not stand up for drivers now, what next? More changes, more broken promises, more attacks on the very people who keep this city moving. Thank you.
Okay, Assembly Member Wilson.
Thank you. I reserve my right to speak.
Okay, Assembly Member Baker.
Thanks, Chair. We're opposing this motion. I think it's important to make a distinction here, as pay per mile suddenly seems to have become a bit of an umbrella term. So from my point of view, as a London politician, we've sat here and talked about pay per mile many, many times, probably more times since the Mayor has said he's not going to do it than we've ever done before. But that principle was the idea of a sort of pay-as-you-drive road charging scheme in London, something that could potentially be in the Mayor's power. And beyond that, beyond the cost of it, obviously there are very real concerns about pay-as-you-drive policy in London that have been raised about privacy and fairness of implementation, but that has been ruled out by the Mayor. and I'm sure you can continue to ask him as many times as he wants. I expect he will continue to rule it out. And then we have a national vehicle tax, which is about levelling the playing field between petrol and diesel and electric vehicles as there are more EVs on the road. And it is right that we consider the difference in vehicle taxation. So that's what's being introduced. And it's right that we now focus on the proposals for implementation and don't oppose it out of hand. So we oppose the motion as it stands, and we encourage actually all Assembly members to engage with the proposals and make sure this is done in the fairest way possible.
Assembly Member Torrell.
Thank you, Chair. Drivers are fed up of footing the bill for Labour's failures. Keir Starmer has lost control of the economy, he's lost control of inflation, and he's lost control of his own party. Now they're hiking taxes to bail out his failing leadership. And drivers are once again being treated as cash cows by the Labour Party. Whenever they run into financial difficulty, they turn to drivers to foot the bill. And having now run out of petrol and diesel drivers to go after, they're now coming after electric drivers as well. We have the pay per mile, which will start with electric cars. I wonder how long before the Labour Party runs into difficulty and starts extending that to other motorists as well. But also, we're seeing him ending the exemption for electric vehicles with the congestion charge, something that is driving jobs, investment and businesses out of London. That's why we're supporting this motion to stop Labour's war on the motorist.
Assembly Member Garrett.
I think this illustrates the problem that Assembly Member Best was talking about earlier, with the problem of misinformation, let's call it that, in politics, and how we might have different definitions of what that is. So we've had quite a lot of Labour disinformation, I'm going to use that polite word, over the last few weeks in the run-up to and in the aftermath of the budget. And as we stand in the chamber here today, we've heard Labour explaining to us that they're against a pay-per-mile plan, even as Labour is announcing a pay-per-mile plan, which, frankly, I admire the chutzpah of someone willing to do that. Let's just remind ourselves of some facts, though, shall we? In the Mayor's net zero plan, he clearly states that a pay-per-mile road user charging scheme is required. It's the word used in his document. And the reason it's required is not to raise money, interestingly enough, but to price about a third of people off the roads. If it comes in, if pay-per-mile comes in and people actually just pay it and carry on driving, by the Mayor's own definition, that will be a policy failure. He will have to keep increasing the pay-per-mile charge until the poorest Londoners are priced off the roads and the roads are emptied out, cleared of congestion would be the phrase he would use, emptied out of poor people so that wealthier people can drive on empty roads. That is literally the Mayor's stated policy. Labour want roads for the wealthy, and the Mayor is still committed to that plan. Now, you all saw me a couple of months ago put that to him. He is still committed to that plan. I appreciate other elements of the plan are completely failing. He's had years to change the plan. If he doesn't want to do that, he perfectly well could have changed the plan. He hasn't changed it. That exchange with the Mayor was very revealing that despite saying that he's against it, he wouldn't engage with me in any kind of sensible discussion, as indeed I don't think we're going to get any sensible discussion with Labour today. I think Londoners need to know that the fact that pay per mile, even as the Labour say they are against it, they are in favour of it, and it is baked into the Mayor's net zero plan. Thank you, Chair.
Assembly Member Best.
Thank you, Chair. I had to speak once Assembly Member Baker made her point, because I knew that was going to happen, this absolute goalpost shift, where I sat here and literally asked the Mayor about Rachel Reeves' plan to bring in per mile and whether he would oppose that. The plan, at that point, like everything in the budget, had been well leaked. We knew exactly what Rachel Reeves' pay-per-mile plan meant. And at that point, the Mayor said, I will stand against that and I will take it to the government that we are not having that plan here in London. So he did say that at that point. But now she announced it. Perhaps he expected that it wasn't really going to come out. Now she has announced it. There's been a rowback. And we can add this to the list, be it ULEZ expansion, be it closing our police stations, be it reducing our police officers, be it the solar panels, be it planting trees. It's another mistruth from the Mayor. And you can't sidestep it and say, well, that's not the paper mile we meant. That is literally the paper mile that I asked the Mayor about and he said that he wouldn't do. And if anyone knows anything about mission creep, in 10 years' time, every single car in London will be charged paper mile if this goes ahead. Thank you.
OK. Assembly Member Giorgio.
Very briefly, because I think there's one thing that hasn't been remarked on, which my good friend over here is Susan Hall's fantastic mayoral campaign. And she forced your mate, the Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, on one issue. Yeah. I remember he went on the TV, his manifesto launch. I remember the then chairman of the party was accused of lying. And what was that alleged lie? That Sadiq Khan and Labour would bring in pay per mile. So much so fantastic was my colleague, Assembly Member Hall, in her mayoral campaign, that she forced him, in his manifesto, to say, what? No pay per mile. And what was the manifesto all of our Labour colleagues stood on? His one, which said no pay per mile. So let me get this right. Through you, Mr. Chairman, I was very impolite. Through you, Mr. Chairman, also you as a Labour member, are about to vote against your own manifesto. I cannot wait for the by-elections in Greenwich and Lewisham, Lambeth and Southwark, all what's left of you on the list to go as well and jump down to make way for colleagues that will stand up for Sadiq Khan's manifesto, which said no pay per mile. I'm looking forward to campaigning in all of those seats over there, Mr. Chairman, including yours. Thank you very much.
Assembly Member Boff.
I would like to thank the unusually honest candour of Mette Coburn. I really, because during that same election campaign, of course, he let slip, didn't he? When he was quizzed, I think I quizzed him, about pay per mile, his response was very clearly, we have no plans for pay per mile yet. And of course he received rather a smack on the wrist for that. But he actually revealed what Labour's plan has been all along, to charge the poorest for driving on the roads that they've already paid for. So that really is the plan. And to think otherwise is just perhaps to have gone through the same mind-washing technique that whatever you use in the Labour Party that now produces Mette Coburn and his sparkling performances that he has in front of this Assembly.
Assembly Member Wilson, I think, has reserved his right.
Thank you, Chair. Another lively debate in this chamber this afternoon. Long may it continue. Well, hopefully not too long, actually, because we do need to get home at some point. And I won't speak for that long on this, but there are two key points that I just need to remind everybody that are at stake here. Firstly is the principle and the policy itself, which we vehemently oppose. Now, I note that the current proposal from the Chancellor is to only apply to electric vehicles, but as other members have indicated, I don't think anyone can genuinely believe it will stop there. Give them an inch and they'll take a mile. And be under no doubt, this will soon be brought forward to apply to real cars as well. And the second point that is probably even more important, because it cuts straight to the heart of what's important about our political system, about the integrity and the honesty of the current Mayor of London. Now, we've heard his previous statements of, on paper, been very, very clear. He not only said that he wouldn't introduce a scheme himself, but his words, which are there repeated in the motion, say it will not happen while he's Mayor of London. He said London will not have a scheme at all, not just one that he himself wouldn't introduce. So this motion, with your support, gives the Mayor of London the opportunity to back those words up with action, and I hope colleagues will support it. Thank you.
OK, we're going to move to sum up then, and I think it's Assembly Member Prince to sum up, if he wishes to.
Thank you, Chair. Well, How interesting, a U-turn. How surprising to see our Labour colleagues backing their national masters. We know all about their broken promises. Interesting, though, isn't it, that, you know, the Mayor said he was against it. The Mayor said he would stand up against pay per mile. Perhaps we now know why the allegations that were made in the newspapers about him being thrown out of Rachel's office. Perhaps she threw him out over that. But I'm sure it's just because of many other reasons as well. Now, why are members opposite expressing their surprise about broken promises? Don't understand. They broke their promise on the diesel, was it not? Gordon Brown, who encouraged everybody to buy diesel cars. Here in central London, the congestion charge, that's now being applied to electric vehicles. Is that not another broken promise? The ULEZ. The Mayor said to me, I have no plans to expand the ULEZ beyond the A406. Within months, he came forward with his plan. So why are we surprised about these broken promises? Because we know, don't we, that the motorist is the source of all revenue. Tax the motorist. Use that cash cow, the motorist, because it's an easy win. This will be a terrible move if this... this is a terrible move. And I would like to see, as in the motion, that the Mayor actually stands up for Londoners for once, because this, as was rightly said, is a tax on the less well-off. Typical socialists.
OK, let's move to the vote. Those in favour of the motion, please show.
This is the motion as altered with two alterations. Votes in favour are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 votes in favour, Chair.
Those against, please show.
Votes against are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 votes against, Chair. That falls.
Just before we move on to the next motion, a very short announcement. The Callion charity and its workers would like to thank all the Assembly members for their support and the motion. They're keen to speak to any Assembly member after the motion's debate outside outside the chamber. Let's then move on. We've got motion 3.9 in the name of Assembly Member Wilson on digital IDs.
Thank you, Chair. Now, as someone whose political instincts are broadly libertarian, few things make me more angry than government overreach. That's why, back in the day, I opposed Tony Blair's proposals for ID cards. It's why I was an early mover to reform. I left the Conservatives over their ridiculous, overzealous approach to lockdown, which was, and I still believe, the most egregious assault on civil liberties in living memory. And it's why, now, here today, I vehemently oppose the government's plans for digital ID. It's unaffordable. The budget has allocated £1.8 billion to fund it, but does anyone seriously think that this, like any other government IT project, will be delivered on time and on budget? It's insecure, creating huge potential opportunities for data breaches, cyber attacks. We all know about cyber attacks here at City Hall. It's unnecessary. It's quite instructive that every time the Prime Minister tweets a supposed benefit of this proposal, it gets community noted. But most of all, it's unwanted. There is no electoral mandate for this. It was not in the Labour Party manifesto. Opinion polling has swung massively against it since the Prime Minister gave it his reverse Midas touch. And there is a petition of nearly 3 million residents of this country opposing it. So I hope that today, here in this chamber, we can all get behind, add our names to that opposition and stop this dead in its tracks. Thank you.
OK, and have we got a seconder?
So second, Chair, and reserve my right. Thank you.
OK, it's open to the floor. There's no amendments, no alterations. Does anyone wish to take part in the debate? OK, we're moving up. Do you wish to sum up? You're going to, sorry, yes.
First.
You have your reserve right.
Mr. Chairman, if that's all right with you.
It.
Or even if it's not all right with you, actually. So, The government plan for a compulsory national digital system is unnecessary, but more importantly, it is dangerous. Linking every citizen's personal data through a single IT system for access to the public and private services sound convenient on paper, and does sound like a good idea in paper, but in reality, it will be extremely dangerous. As my colleagues already mentioned, we've heard of a number of cyber breaches. In fact, since the year up to September, there have been 89 cyber breaches recorded, and that's just on large companies. We also know all about the TfL cyber breach, which for hours brought the whole system to a halt, and personal data was lost, and people are still suffering. We still have, and I know that Assembly Member Baker's been leading on this, we still have people who can't get their taxi permissions reapproved because the system has got such a big backlog. So, in this country alone, we know that there have been over 204 attacks as well as breaches. The one that happened for TfL was committed by a 17-year-old child. That's how vulnerable we are. So I say to this Assembly, please do not allow this to happen. Please support our motion and oppose digital ID. Thank you.
Okay, Assembly Member Boff, late indication.
Just very quickly, the reason I'm going to be supporting the motion is because I don't believe in mandatory virtually anything. I think ID cards are a good idea. They are trialled in many other countries, but it's the mandatory nature. But I would like to say that, of course, the people who will be most supportive of reforms move today will of course be undocumented migrants who would have had problems getting employment if they'd have introduced mandatory ID cards. So all those undocumented migrants out there, those illegal immigrants, they say a big thank you to reform.
Okay, Assembly Member Wilson, do you wish to sum up?
Going to, but I will respond to that. Yeah, this is exactly. This is exactly one of the examples that the Prime Minister has said was a benefit of this scheme, and it's nonsense. Yeah, we know where the undocumented migrants are because it's Border Force that's bringing them in, and it's the hotels that are putting them up, and it's all of us that are paying the tax to do that.
Yeah.
But I hope you
getting jobs.
I'm glad you support the motion. I hope others will do as well. Thank you.
Okay, let's move to the vote. Those in favour of the motion, please show.
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 votes in favour of the motion.
Those against, please show.
Those votes against, that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 votes against, that's carried, Chair.
Okay, let's move on to our last, well, not our last motion, but the last one that we know about. Housing for NHS key workers in the name of Sen Mahima.
We have an altered version.
An altered version has been laid round and moved. Assembly Member, do you wish to move?
Yes, I do. I just wanted to double-check. The altered version is what has been published.
It is.
With a slight adjustment from the Greens, which I did accept.
So the altered version, Assembly Members, is in the final paragraph, and it adds the words before it closes next year and deletes the words in its next progress report.
OK, fine. That's fine. Yes, it doesn't really materially change the thrust of the motion, but I'm grateful for that correction. I just wanted to say that this motion arose from a visit that Assembly Member Baker and I paid to the London Ambulance Service NHS Trust Unison branch over in just off Waterloo Bridge, and it's a very large trade union branch representing many paramedics and others working for the ambulance service. And I think what's really important to note is that as a trust, they sit in a slightly different position to, for example, hospital trusts, ICBs, and those other NHS workers that we traditionally think of as key workers. So this motion is really looking at making sure that NHS workers, but in particular London Ambulance Service workers, particularly those trainee paramedics starting on 32 to 35,000 a year, their annual incomes are far outstripped by the average asking rents in London of well over £2,500, approaching £2,800 a month. And it means that those people who are essential to saving Londoners' lives on a regular basis are not able to live in the capital. And Assembly Member Baker and I heard really harrowing stories of ambulance service workers, those paramedics, having to drive in from just outside London, sleep in the car park of the hospital in a camper van in between pickups, and then drive back again because it was much easier, it's much cheaper and more sustainable for them to operate that way. I personally would like to take this opportunity to thank the LAS Unison branch, the youth members, for their support and working in this motion. I know in the Housing Committee, but also in this chamber, we've talked a lot about supporting young people into sustainable housing and to remain really part of the heartbeat of this capital city of ours. And so the thousands of people, thousands of young people, trainees who are part of that branch, really, this is really important. So we've heard also comments and questions and responses around the Mayor of London's key worker living rent homes, and they are intended to be rent controlled. Currently a proposal of 6,000 across the upcoming Affordable Homes programme. I want to really make sure that we acknowledge the fact that that is a really positive step, and that LAS workers, along with other NHS workers, are given a fair allocation of those homes to, again, make sure that we can stabilise them and support them into permanent housing as they save for homes and make our city an amazing place to live. The final thing I want... Oh, I'm over time. I will stop there, Chair.
I'll continue later.
Assembly Member Baker to second.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, just briefly, as Assembly Member Moema has outlined the issues facing these groups of staff in London, and I think we need to consider the specific need for NHS workers and particularly paramedics and nurses. Their work shifts starting late and early, and the idea of having to get into central London to be able to staff ambulances that we all desperately need when they might not be able to afford to live in somewhere that isn't absolutely miles away, or even in some cases outside London. That's just not really an acceptable situation. So certainly, and if I'm in need of urgent medical care, I want my the NHS staff treating me to be as fresh and rested as they possibly can and not have spent hours on commutes. So we need the Mayor to work closely with the NHS to design and tackle this problem. There are solutions on the table, and the NHS definitely has a role as one of the largest public landowners in London. So I'd really encourage the Assembly to support this motion.
Assembly Member Boff.
We continually get these asks from us, from we politicians. And it's as though we want to escape from the raw fact that not enough homes are being built. The Mayor has, since he got elected, made demands upon developers that 35% of homes should be affordable and 50% of homes on public land. Steve Reed recognised that that is getting in the way of building homes. The Mayor has reluctantly accepted it. But what's getting in the way of house building is the continual demands of politicians to build houses for the group that they want to appeal to. Every time we do that, We make development more and more unviable. We have fewer developers coming forward wanting to build those homes. We aren't building the homes that London needs, and we aren't building the type of homes that Londoners need. We aren't building the family housing, which, you know, I've been going on about this for 17 years on this assembly. We aren't building the family-sized homes that people need to have built. We're not freeing up the housing stock so that people can move out of overcrowded situations. And every time we as politicians say we want to appeal to this group, we want to appeal to that group, and therefore the mayor should impose a limit on what developers can do, we exacerbate that problem of increasing the housing stock in London. Yes, NHS workers are deserving. They need to be able to live near their homes. So do transport workers, I beg your pardon, so do police officers, so do social workers, so do cleaners, many of whom work in low-paid employment. Just picking them off one by one means that we aren't going to build the homes that Londoners need, and I apologise for going on longer. Sorry.
Okay, right. Any other contributions to debate?
Assembly Member Garrett.
Sorry, Assembly Member Garrett, you did indicate earlier on. Sorry.
My concern with this motion and the very commendable thought process behind it is that old favourite, the law of unintended consequences. So Assembly Member Boff has spelled out the problems of demanding very high percentage of subsidised or affordable housing, how that's contributed to stalling the whole housing market, so it's just completely gummed up and very little is being built anywhere, apart from perhaps I should say in Croydon. And this is a point that the Mayor and the government have accepted, as Andrew Boff has just pointed out. I think there is another question in my mind. What happens if you get one of these properties and then you stop working for the NHS? Do you then get evicted? Or how is this whole thing supposed to work? But I have a bigger objection, actually, more fundamental than that, and that is the London Cancer Hub, which is in the fine borough of Sutton. It already has the Royal Marsden Surrey branch. It already has the Institute for Cancer Research, the ICR, which has been expanding, as indeed has the Royal Marsden Surrey branch. I've had the great pleasure of going to the planning committee speaking in favour of these new developments that they're building. There is yet more planned. It will be eventually the largest cancer research campus in the world. They are doing unbelievable stuff down there on what looks like, frankly, a slightly disused site at the back end of London. And our plan, hopefully, is to get it to be an amazing site, worthy of the work that's being done there. It's being built on the site of a former hospital. So if the demand in the motion is that former hospital land has to be used for housing, what then is supposed to happen with the amazing plans for the London Cancer Hub being built in Belmont in Sutton? Where is all of this research going to happen? Assemblymember Boff has talked about the fact that it's not just NHS workers who need housing. I'm going to remind you that housing, while it is a very desperate problem, is not the only problem we face. Curing cancer, which is exactly the work happening on that site, is also a major problem that we face. And I really would not like to see this plan being disrupted by a demand that the only possible use for this land is housing, which we do need. We do also need other things as well. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, other contributions on this point? If not, I'm going to go back to the mover of the motion to sum up.
Thank you, Chair. If I could just try and address the two points raised by Assembly Members Boff and Garrett head-on. I will do my best to do that. Assemblymember Boff, who I know is a long-standing member of the Housing Committee, has consistently made the point around not enough homes being built and also about the scarcity of family-sized housing in the capital. Now, the Labour group does obviously agree that we need more family-sized housing. I think, as we have discussed at many points and at great length, we need to make sure that we think about the system as a whole. We need to make sure that there are those homes for single households for people to downsize and move on. So hopefully that addresses that. I'm not asking for in addition for any special or extra shunting of other groups of people. The specific issue with the London Ambulance Service, why we started there, is because within the current operations of how the NHS works in London, London Ambulance Service Trust is not included in the definition of key worker for the purposes of allocation of existing homes. So it has no impact whatsoever on the 60-40 split of tenures that Deputy Mayor Copley spoke about this morning. But irrespective of what the overall target is, we remain committed to building that affordable housing that Londoners need. The fact is that an ambulance worker will not be included and eligible for key worker accommodation, which is a fixed-term operation. It's intermediate housing. The intention is that you move on and you're able to purchase a home, and another key worker comes in 3 to 5 years' time and you take your home. They're not eligible for it, and, for example, a junior doctor is, which to me is slightly absurd. I take your point, Assembly Member Garrett. I take it on board, rather, about the unintended consequences, and hopefully that does address that particular concern. All I would say is that there is no reason why we can't have mixed use, even in the context of NHS developments and a research centre, plus also accommodation. We need to think about multiple uses for land, scarce land across the capital.
OK, so can we move to the vote? Those in favour of the motion, please show.
Those in favour of the motion, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 votes in favour, Chair.
OK, those against?
Votes against, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 votes against. That motion is carried, Chair.
OK, now members will see that we've got an urgent motion that's been tabled. I've agreed to admit this motion on the agenda to allow the Assembly to vote on the urgency of the motion. There are 2 votes. The mover of the motion will be given 1 minute to speak and to argue the case for urgency, and then the Assembly will vote without debate on whether to treat the motion as urgent and to debate the issue. If the Assembly agrees to the urgency, then we'll move to debate on the motion and we'll take the mover and seconder and other speeches in the usual way. If the Assembly doesn't agree to the urgency, there will be no further discussion on the motion. Now, I need to alert you, there is no 1 minute speaker's time, so we're going to go on the 2 minute clock, and I will stop the person at 1 minute around that. Are there any points that people wish to clarify?
Before we start the debate, what would be the next opportunity to discuss this particular topic? The date?
It would be January. Could you just bear with me, because I will just look it up for you. So so the January meeting is the draft budget meeting on the 29th of January. We don't have a rule against taking ordinary motions, though generally Assembly members don't, because you tend to devote a lot of time to the budget, yeah. So I suppose the options would be rather unusually allowing a motion to January MQT, which would be the 15th of January, and that would be in the Chair's gift, or it would be to take a motion to that budget meeting on the 29th of January.
OK, so just to clarify, this budget-related emergency that we are being asked to vote on could be discussed at the budget plenary in a month's time. Is that what we're...
If that is what members agreed.
OK. I'm now going to ask Assembly Member Best to address us for 1 minute on why it's urgent and we should debate it.
OK, and firstly, with apologies after what is a long day for bringing an emergency motion, but if I can have a second to explain why I believe we need to do something today. Firstly, obviously, I couldn't bring this motion before the budget announcements. It didn't exist. In the time following that, the numbers have been continually crunched throughout the hospitality industry, and we've seen quite how damaging this is. I've been meeting with leaders within the hospitality industry and pub owners, restaurant owners and hotel chains. Even today, I'm still sitting here getting the stories and seeing the depth to which this goes. And I am certain that if we don't discuss this now and if we don't see change at the earliest opportunity, it is going to lead to job losses. It is leading to a destruction of mental health within this industry. I've seen people saying they want to end it all because their life's work has been taken away from them. It is so serious what is happening now. With what is forecast, less than 1 in 10 pubs will be financially stable. We're talking about increases of 76% on pubs, 115% on hotels. We have to intervene. We have to do something now because, as the Chair says, the next opportunity would be in January, only if the Assembly permits that we're going to have something not in the budget. We need to do something today. People need this now, and I apologise that it's brought so late.
Thank you. So, those in favour of taking an urgency debate on this motion, please show.
We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 votes for, Chair.
Right, those against taking this motion, please show.
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 votes against, Chair. 10, 11, 12 votes against. So that falls. So we now move to the last item of business, which is the date of the next meeting.
OK, so the last item of business is the next meeting of the London Assembly is scheduled a Mayor's Question Time meeting, which will take place at 10 a.m. on Thursday the 18th of December 2025 in the Chamber at City Hall. There being no any other urgent business, any other business, I declare the meeting closed.